input.
Yeah. I don't know if it's worth me coming back.
They have that. Something's on.
Then catch my hair.
I typically hold any they don't get them until after the meeting.
Provide you 2 minutes. Okay, so this. That makes it easier.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't.
Those are for us to use here. We need a longer cord. Because you have to climb underneath.
I had 2 versions. Oh, okay. All right.
Said she usually does. On. Julie, Wade.
Do I have a motion to enter into, oh, I'm sorry, wrong page. Do I have a motion to return to open session?
Second.
Ms. Drake, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond, Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes,
7 in favor.
motion passes. Do I have a motion to certify closed session that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, audience and to the board. Second, I want to share staffing updates. As you know, our new superintendent, Dr. Bragan, will begin on December 1st. Dr. Whitaker, our interim superintendent, has been serving as the deputy superintendent for operations and finance. She will continue in this role once Dr. Bragan starts. Dr. Wickham is currently serving as the assistant superintendent for curriculum and instruction on an interim basis. We will post this job for Dr. Bragan to hire a permanent relationship. On behalf of the board, I want to publicly thank Dr. Whitaker for the additional duties, the 3 jobs she's done since March. This time hasn't been easy for her, and we appreciate her dedication to MCPS. I hope the move to 1 job instead of multiple jobs will be a smooth transition. I also want to thank Dr. Wickham for stepping up to ease the workload for Dr. Whitaker by serving as the head of curriculum and instruction until a permanent person can be hired. Last but not least, I appreciate the public and my fellow board members for understanding the need to make adjustments to tonight's board meeting. Due to illness and unforeseen circumstances, we could not make quorum for our October 4th meeting. This meeting will be audio live streamed for the public. Board members reminded me that we voted for work sessions to be audio live streamed back in June. So if you were expecting to see all of this, my mistake. Next, our student representatives this evening are Mercurius Yasa from Christiansburg High School, and Jenna Gadd from Eastmont. Hi. Will you read our mission, vision, and core values?
MCPS is an innovative educational community. We value diversity and we are committed to equity and inclusion.
MCPS empowers learners to realize success in an ever-changing global society through collaboration with communities, families, staff, and students. MCPS provides a safe, engaging learning environment and intentional exposure to positive social, emotional, and academic experiences.
All students can learn in order to pursue their dreams.
Schools are a safe place of joy, wonder, and creativity.
Every person deserves to be loved, valued, and respected.
Kindness is an essential skill of a responsible, productive community member.
The diversity of our community is one of our greatest strengths.
All people deserve equitable access to opportunities and resources.
Every child deserves an advocate.
Honoring the voices of students and other stakeholders strengthens the school's communities.
Open communication and feedback are vital to our growth.
Learning and teaching are collective efforts that began at birth and involve the entire community.
Relationship building and high expectations are foundational to student success.
Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Mercurius. Thank you for being with us this evening. Welcome aboard, and look forward to seeing more of you over the next school year. So next, we're doing things in a little different order this evening. We are now up to our employee budget presentations, and we have some employees who work very early. Wait,
So
no?
sorry.
No? With
Perhaps
student reports.
I missed it, but Mercurius and Jenna get the opportunity to share their student representative reports.
My
Sorry
mistake.
about that.
I'm sorry.
I know they came prepared.
Oh, good.
Yes, they did.
You should have told me. Go ahead. Which one of you wants to go first? Either one.
I guess me.
Okay.
In the first 9 weeks, Eastern Montgomery High School students and employees became involved and accomplished. Many students participated in field trips such as the Virginia Tech Cadaver Lab, State Fair, choir trips, and hiking adventures. We also had our Homecoming Spirit Week and dance, which was executed exceptionally well. Students were excited to dress up for the themes and compete in the home decorating contest. It was a close race between the freshmen and seniors, but the freshmen ultimately defeated the seniors' Candyland design with their disco frenzy. With the hard work of our sponsors, SGA and FFA, we were able to have our first school homecoming dance since 2019. One major athletic accomplishment was winning the district championship in golf and having Hunter Howard place in the state tournament. Continuing, we had changes to our schedule. Students are adjusting from what was once known as power hour to rodeo time. From what I've seen, there's been more involvement in clubs and time for remediation with rodeo time. With that being said, I'm proud to announce that this quarter we had 43% of students make honor roll. This new quarter is already filled with exciting events. Today, our volleyball team has their senior night. This Thursday is the Powder Puff football game. And lastly, this Friday is extremely exciting because our girls soccer team will be recognized and receive their ring ceremony for winning back-to-back state championships. And that's it.
Thank you, Jenna. Mercurius, your turn.
Okay, so I think the environment of CHS has definitely improved under the supervision of Mr. Jones. I feel like all the students have matured, and we thankfully haven't had a single altercation or fight. And last year during Blue Demon time, we had a lot of issues with students wandering the hallways and just not being where they're supposed to be. But Mr. Jones has enforced a great system where we're taking attendance for during Blue Demon time, and students are only released if they have a appointment pass on hall pass. Also, we have restarted the student advisory committee, which Mr. Dabler made last year to help get students input on school-related issues and to find ways of improving a variety of aspects of the high school experience at CHS. I think the plan is to start meeting on Thursdays, and we're working to adjust the schedule so that governor's school students can also get involved. So overall, I think CHS is in good condition. We're excited for the new building.
Great. Thank you very much. We're all excited for the new building. So thank you for your reports. I appreciate it. Now, and you did have it here. I just missed it. I'm having one of those nights. Employee budget presentations. So normally we would be doing public address now, but we have some employees who have to be up really early in the morning. So we wanted to make sure that these got in early in the meeting time. So I'm going to pass over to you, Dr. Whitaker.
Absolutely. We're very excited this evening to have representatives from employee groups We're going to provide budget suggestions for the board to consider when developing the 23-24 school year budget. As a reminder, this is a change in our budget process. We've moved this up from January or February so that will give the board an opportunity to request things from the administration that you may want in order to prepare for your budget. And that'll provide us an opportunity for you to hear what they'd like you to consider and for you to tell us what we need to prepare so you can consider that. And so we have representatives from different groups. We do have, I want to make sure so I don't forget to note, that our representatives from technology and our nurses let us know that thank you very much for everything you're doing, but they didn't feel they needed to present tonight. And then also our instructional aid representative and custodian representative were unable to be here tonight. So if they'd like, we'll ask them to just send some information in and I can forward that to you or let them share at a later meeting. But first up, and she was so happy to be first, she said, why did you do alphabetical order, Annie? And so alphabetical order of employee group is the way we did it. So first up is Ms. Lori Walls, who is representing our administrative assistants.
Good evening. My name is Lori Walls, and I represent administrative assistants, bookkeepers, human resource specialists, payroll and benefits specialists, administrative assistant aides, registrar aides, and testing coordinator assistants. I would like to thank the school board for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of my employee group. I would like to celebrate this employee group, in particular for their hard work, which involves getting people hired, registered, paid, and opening our buildings for the new school year. These individuals work tirelessly every year to make sure our schools are staffed and our students have a great start to their year. They never leave until the job is done. After looking at my past notes over the years of presenting to the school board, two things are clear. One is I've been fighting for years of experience since 2005. Our current hiring practice maintains allowing 2 years of administrative assistant experience to equal 1 year of credit on the salary scale. Each time we have asked for the reasoning behind this practice, which this specific group of employees, the only explanation we've received is that this is the way we do it. We are the only employee group hired using this standard. We have been waiting patiently and asking for 23 years. It is time to change to 1 year of experience for 1 year of credit on the salary scale. We are asking you to please make these changes beginning this year, 2022-23, so that we can work on the next request for 23-24. The second request is we would like to revamp our salary scale. We've been asking since 2009-10. Instead, pay bands were used, but with no significant increase. In some cases, people actually lost money they would have gained had we stayed on the steps. Over the years, MCPS has been great about giving equal percentage increases to all employee groups. We, like others, have received these percentage increases. Because the scales have been skewed, a 5% increase of salary compared to a teacher's 5% puts an even greater divide between the growth rate on the employee salary scale. The teacher scale grows at a much higher pace than ours. Therefore, every few years, salary scales for your support staff need adjustment. We are asking to have our steps back in place with the increase proposed amounts on the handout. Our proposed beginning salary scale reflects the increases made for another employee group last year. The increases were made on the same salary scale as our group, however, ours did not change. I've added the proposed 5% increase from the state for next year's 2023-24 budget. Thank you for all you do for the students, staff, and faculty of MCPS. I know at times it's a thankless job, but people like me know how hard all of you work for us. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Do you all have any questions you want to ask her? Okay, great. Next up, we have, sorry, got to go in order. We have Dr. Mark Crummy, and he is representing the administrators. And Mr. Byrd is with him as well, I believe. Mr. Crummy's going to speak, and Mr. Byrd's going to dance.
Good evening. I'm Mark Crummy. I'm the principal of Kipps Elementary. And on behalf of building principals, thank you for this opportunity. First, some gratitude. All of us, many of whom come from other places and experiences, are so grateful for the resources we have in Montgomery County Public Schools to making our schools successful, our students successful, and our schools great. Support from the board and school board office administration is just vital to the work we do, and it's an incredibly challenging job without that support, so thank you. I changed my notes up a little bit because I just left a meeting that shows both what we're grateful for and the continued support we need from you all. I just left a parent-teacher conference with a family that is new to MCPS this year, with the 5th grade student. The parents were so pleased with the rigor of instruction and curriculum. They were delighted at the amount of care and level of concern that this teacher had for the entire class and this child in particular. The climate of the school, the teacher's deep commitment to this child and her own instructional professionalism. It was all evident in the gratitude felt by this family. It was just affirming to be a part of that, because that's what principals want each and every day, is to experience that across the board in all of their classrooms. That's the great stuff that we get to experience, and we need great people to do that. So that's our continued work for you all, is the support we're looking for, is to give us the time, space, and resources we need so we can work our hardest to get and retain the highest quality staff, then to build capacity in everyone we serve. And that's no small gift, but we thank you for it all. So please keep up those efforts to recruit and retain the best teachers, aides, and support staff. Whatever budget implications exist in that process is certainly our primary concern. So it's easy peasy task for you all. Get us the best people, let us do our best to keep the best people so we can produce the best students in Montgomery County Public Schools. Thank you very much.
Thank you both so much. Next up, we have Ms. Millie Weaver, and she'll be representing our employees in school nutrition.
With Ms. Rhonda Gore.
And Ms., oh, I'm so sorry. You're still here, and that's so wonderful. Thank you. And Ms. Cromer as well.
I'm a little nervous. We are the representatives of the MCPS School Nutrition Program, S&P. Thank you to the school board for inviting us to share our thoughts and concerns for our department tonight. We have provided you with a packet of these submitted comments from our group. We categorize them into 4 areas: T&G menus, pay compensation, staffing, and equipment. What we could not capture in the letters and doesn't fit neatly into these categories are the feelings of anxiety, stress, and the disappointment that we have experienced and still continue to experience on a daily basis. When the pandemic first hit, it took everyone by surprise. We all remember Monday, March 16th as the day of change, but for school nutrition employees, work had already started the weekend before, so meals could be distributed by buses for a seamless transition into quarantine. From that weekend on, the troops were rallied and school nutrition lined up and went to work to support. Beyond our jobs, beyond our contracts, and beyond our discomfort. We wanted to be there for the kids in our community. It was hard, like nothing you could ever imagine. As with everyone else, we went day to day, week to week, not being able to plan ahead, having to come up with easier ways to package and send out food while constantly adjusting and adapting as things unfolded, always striving to make it work. We did everything we could to make sure that all of MCPS had a meal. That includes kids, teachers, administration, custodians, every single staff member. We have served 3,195,442 meals during the pandemic. For 2 years, we have continued to bend and twist and run and now crawl in order to provide a meal for everyone who needed one or wanted one. There have been aches and pains, even tears. It has been exhausting both mentally and physically, but we stepped up without complaint and without a bit of fuss. Now we stand here feeling we have been forgotten and left behind. From the very beginning, school nutrition was excluded in the decision to outsource nutrition services. No one had a conversation with any of us about what it would look like or when a food service management company took over. Honestly, we were completely blindsided, and 4 years later, we are still reeling over the hiring of the nutrition group, TNG. We were left in the dark, uncertain if we would have our jobs, and forced to accept changes that we were not prepared for. We never want to be left out again. Moving forward, we would like to explore collective bargaining, and whether or not collective bargaining is right for our group when a major policy change impacting our jobs is on the table. If we had been included, maybe we would not have lost so many good workers. We started with 105 MCPS employees, and now 5 years later, we have less than half of that, with only 45 MCPS employees left across 19 kitchens. We believe the concerns we bring you today are linked with each other. With staffing shortages experienced across the country, we are currently stretched to the limit, and there seems to be no end in sight. TNG's pitch is to increase student participation through a large variety of menu offerings. However, this is not sustainable when we don't have the trained staff to produce all the choices. The push for so many entrees can only be maintained on the backs of the remaining S&P staff, and our backs are breaking. TNG is a for-profit business, and their management style comes at the expense of our MCPS staff. Time and again, we have seen how TNG chooses to use our employees' labor and time inefficiently in order to control their costs. This environment creates a stressed staff that has to constantly scramble to get their work done. We would like the school board and leadership to reevaluate the current menu model, so while we are understaffed, we can still feed every student who wants to eat without sacrificing our people. Our equipment is important to the equation. These menu options are even harder to produce when we have old, outdated, faulty equipment. For 5 years, we have been told that our equipment is not a priority. Because of that, there has not been a maintenance plan in place with money ready to use. Right now, as we speak, this older equipment is breaking down, and because it is so old, when something breaks down, a lot of time parts are no longer exist or they can't be found. And something that should have been easy to fix must now be fully replaced. Add to that the current distribution issues we are all dealing with, and that means the piece of equipment does not get replaced for a very long time. As we mentioned before, our concerns are connected. When we refer to taking care of our equipment and adjusting the menus, we also have to think about taking care of the employees who run the equipment and cook the menus. We should offer fair, competitive pay and compensation, not just to attract new employees, but be able to keep the skilled and loyal staff that we have. We believe the current pay scale needs to be corrected. We ask that each individual employee be looked at and the pay scales be reviewed based on each person's performance, abilities, and current rates. Did you know that there are S&P employees with more than 2 years of service who earn less than TNG's starting rate of $13 an hour? In addition, it is hurtful to see MCPS unskilled vacancies at an hourly rate more than some current S&P employees earn. We also are asking for compensation not only by adjusting our pay where it should be, but in other supportive ways. One request is to provide a shoe and uniform allowance. In this job, there are specific items we pay out of pocket that are required for kitchen work by both S&P and TNG. We have to replace these as often as every year. Another consideration is to increase hours per shift. If we offer MCPS employees 6 hours with benefits, it will make the shifts consistent and more efficient. It will also be a strong incentive to keep current S&P employees and give them a reason to stay. Now is the time that we ask for something to be done before we lose any more valuable MCPS employees that have been with us for decades. As we have described, staffing and pay are tied together, just as staffing and menus are too. We have shown you that addressing even one of these issues, it can help with other complaints we have brought forward. We realize that solutions take time, but we feel we have been left on the back burner for many years, quiet and simmering. We are cooks, after all. We are tired. We are fighting all the time. We are fighting the pandemic. We're fighting TNG. We're fighting for salaries, and we are fighting for recognition. Seldom do people say, "What about school nutrition?" And when that is said, it is forgotten. We are left wondering, is this a reward that we get for being loyal employees for years? Which one of you will remember to include us when MCPS employees are mentioned? Which one of you will volunteer to be our champion? And which one of you will be our voice when we are not visible? Get to know us. See what we are talking about for yourselves. We invite you to come and spend time in our kitchen, working beside us. Experience the work we do. Feel the love and the passion that we have for our jobs and our students. Thank you again for your time and listening to us speak about school nutrition.
Thank you both so much, and to everybody that stood up in the back, thank you as well.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have Mr. Jamie Warren, who's going to represent our Facilities Department.
Hello, my name is Jamie Warren. I'm here on behalf of the Facilities Department. I would like to thank you all for everything you do. I know during the pandemic, the last few years have been tough for everyone. I would not have wanted to be in your shoes to make the decisions that you guys have had to make. I know it hasn't been easy. During the pandemic, the Facilities Department continued to work while many others were able to stay home. We know how important it is to maintain our buildings and keep them safe for students and staff. During the pandemic, we were doing everything from putting milk and lunches and coolers on buses to spending countless hours peeling the protective layers off plexiglass and then putting that on every desk in the county. Excuse me. We have a lot of very good people in our facilities department, and they all went above and beyond during the pandemic. That being said, we're at risk of losing some of those valuable employees due to salary conflicts. We have several employees who are making significantly less than their counterparts, and nobody seems to be able to explain to them why this is. I hope we can figure out a way to resolve this. Maybe another look at salaries or experience levels could help solve this problem. I've been here for 9 years, and I still see things in these buildings that I didn't even know were there. I mean, we have a lot of square footage to maintain, and the longer an employee has been here, I think the more valuable they become. With the additions to CES, CPS, Bellevue, and the Christiansburg High School project, we're about to add a lot more to that, and our operating budget needs to reflect this. In the past, we've always had whatever we needed to do our jobs, but by constantly growing, we can't continue to keep the schools safe on the budget we're currently working with. One of our biggest challenges lately is our lack of maintenance vehicles. The grounds crew has had 2 trucks that have been pulled out of service due to not being able to pass state inspections. And those trucks are used for mowing and snow and ice removal. When a snow event hits this winter, we're down 2 snowplows and a salt spreader. This could mean the difference between missing a day of school or missing a week of school. We also have had 2 work vans that got pulled out and another one that will be soon. If we don't have vehicles to get to the schools, we can't go and do our jobs efficiently. Also at the grounds crew, they're using mowers that have been used for over 5 years, which is resulting in daily breakdowns. They struggle to keep up as it is mowing. And having mowers break down every day just slows the process and makes the part of our buildings that most people see look neglected, really. Thank you in advance for your considerations in these matters, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Next up, we have Jen Chilcote, who will be representing the teachers.
Chair Gass, members of the board, good evening. I'm Glenn Chilcote, as you know. I want to start off by saying I was really moved by the cafeteria workers. My grandmother was my cafeteria manager. I never paid for ice cream, ever. My sister-in-law is a cafeteria manager at my former high school. My brother is a custodian. And these are the people that run our schools. They really do. So I really hope you listen to what you just heard, because we don't have schools without them. But I'm also here this evening to represent teachers and all MCEA members. So first and foremost, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak regarding the budget. A successful school division requires a strong team of professionals working together to achieve the best working and learning conditions possible. I will discuss 4 budget-related areas that I believe are very important to the continued success of Montgomery County Public Schools. I'll begin with salary. The MCEA fully supports the governor's proposed 5% salary increase for the next school year. This enhancement will continue to allow MCPS to be competitive when it comes to attracting and retaining highly qualified employees. As you know, the biannual budget was a total of 10%. Last year, we were very thankful to receive 5%, and we're looking forward to receiving the other 5% per that budget for next school year. We also ask that you pay very special attention to the middle and end of the pay scale, where historically employees have received smaller salary increases in comparison to newer teachers. So over the course of the last 5 or 6 years, the salary scale has not really existed. And you've heard that a few times. What's happened is that there has been a percentage increase, and you've had a previous salary scale, percentage increase, new salary scale, and it's never taken into consideration the steps. And we brought that up many times, not with you all, of course, but we never really got anywhere. So we're really hoping that you're able to look at the salary scales and realize that over the last 5 or 6 years, the bottom of the scale, 0 to 5 years, have received quite a high salary increase in comparison to the middle and end of that. So we'd ask that you look at that. When it comes to health insurance, we are thankful that there have been no increases in healthcare costs for the 22-23 school year. We request that this continue to be a priority for the 23-24 school year. As you know, any increase in health costs will ultimately be a pay decrease for our hardworking employees. The third point is the RIHIP program. We know that we do have a substitute shortage. Now, I know you hear reports about the fill rates, and some days, it's great, some days it isn't, and it definitely fluctuates. But we have a concrete solution to fix this problem, and that is using the RIHIP program and extending the age, because currently I believe you can retire as a teacher and be a sub for 4 years and still receive your health coverage. If we extend that to age 65 or till people are Medicare eligible, we will have more classroom teachers that have retired that would be interested in being subs. And we all know that former teachers truly make the best substitutes. So please consider giving retired teachers the ability to maintain health insurance until 65 or Medicare eligible so they can continue to support Montgomery County in a new capacity. Lastly, I would like to once again encourage the board to grant the employees of MCPS a meaningful seat at the table by giving us the ability to collectively bargain a few items that fall under working conditions. Here are 4 wonderful examples. Lesson plan autonomy. Currently, the strategic plan says that we have to have a lesson plan done in a specific format. I'm not here to debate whether that's great or not. It's fine for me, but there are many teachers that feel it's not working for them. I think it would be wonderful if teachers could have the autonomy to do lesson plans in a format that they seemed fit for themselves and their students. Secondly, we're asking for specific procedures that guarantee teacher input and transparency when choosing and developing curriculums. That's been a hot topic as of recent. I think we can put some things in place. We can talk about this to make sure that in the future, everything is very transparent, clear, and there's no surprises. Thirdly, parameters around planning time to ensure teachers can plan and implement engaging lessons. And this kind of also ties into the strategic plan, because the strategic plan says exactly 30 times the words professional development. It is a wonderful document, but boy, is it loaded with professional development. And if you've never heard of that before, that just means a meeting. Usually a lot of good stuff's coming out of it, but it's a lot of meetings. It's taking teachers out of the classroom, it's affecting the sub situation. So if we had some parameters around that planning time, around making sure that teachers are able to implement the lessons and do all the stuff that they need to do. Planning time isn't just planning or doing your lesson plans. I very rarely get to plan during my planning time. I have 24 ukuleles I've got to tune after every use. I've got to set up instruments for the next class. I've got to get visuals ready. I've got to use the bathroom. And then in the last 10 minutes, I get to my plans, and that goes on through the day. But having parameters around that time, just basic stuff, making sure that, okay, every month you have this amount of time, we can make sure that you're guaranteed this portion of it. The other portion can be used for meetings, conferences, anything else, but just some parameters would be nice. And lastly, choice professional development. Once again, with the strategic plan, there's a lot of professional development, and a lot of it's great, don't get me wrong. But it is kind of forced on people. And it would be nice if there was just a little bit more choice. You know, I understand that there are certain things that the state implements. There's certain things that the district wants to do and they have the right to do, and we should accept that and do it. But having choice in your professional development is very important. So those are 4 examples of things we would love to negotiate in collective bargaining under working conditions, period. You have the resolution in your hands. Make it so you're happy. Make it so you're happy. We just want a small, meaningful seat to make this the best school division possible. The MCEA is very grateful to the MCPS administration and the school board. We truly are. We appreciate the hard work that you do every day, and we are thankful to be given this opportunity to speak in regard to the budget. As professionals entrusted to teach generations of educated citizens, we ask that you continue to make significant investment in our students and staff members. What questions do you have?
I'll just say thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chilcote. Next, we have Mr. Jason Lawrence. It's not Lawson, is it? Lawrence, that's what I've typed Lawson on here. I said, I did not type that right, Lawrence. And he is representing the Transportation Department for us.
Good evening. My name is Jason Lawrence. I'm here representing the Transportation Department. I'm the Vehicle Fleet Shop Foreman, and this is my 20th year working in the Transportation Department for MCPS. Thank you for allowing us time to speak this evening. In our department, we currently have 8 garage staff that oversee our fleet, which includes 125 school buses, 88 trucks and cars, 17 trailers, and over 40 pieces of maintenance equipment, such as tractors, backhoes, lawnmowers. A fleet this size requires over 900 vehicle services a year. Those 900 services do not include breakdowns and other malfunctions that we face during the year. The garage staff in the last several years have started filling in as bus drivers. Each year this has progressively gotten to be more and more of an issue, to the point that most of the technicians drive a route both morning and evening every day. This creates several issues. First is the garage staff is not available in case of a breakdown or an accident. Winter's coming, and the issue of a busload of students sitting on the side of a road in 20-degree weather with no one on the way to help is a big issue. The second issue is very little time in the garage to service or repair our buses. Normally, working 8 hours per day, we put in over 950 hours in the garage per month. Currently, we're working 10 or more hours a day to because of the bus driving duties, and we're only able to put in just over 350 hours in the garage per month. That's a difference of 600 working hours per month, and to put that in perspective, that'd be the same as the entire garage staff taking 12 days a month off work. That's become a major issue when it comes to having the time needed to service our buses, especially hard to have time to repair any broken down buses. Virginia requires us to service each school bus every 45 days. Our current driving duties make this a monumental task. Since the first day of school, our team of technicians have been working 10 or more hours a day every school day. They're completely exhausted. With no relief in sight, the strain on our staff is seemingly unbearable. Our department cannot sustain at this pace. Our staff pour their heart and soul into the school system, but if we don't do something to help them, the future's bleak. Our current salary scale for technicians is not kept up with the industry standards. We have had a technician's job open now for several months. Several good applicants turned down the position due to pay. One candidate who turned down the job was probably the most qualified candidate I've ever interviewed. He's currently doing the same job for another district. And he declined our offer because the pay was far less than what he's currently being paid. Our current starting salary is nearly $10 less per hour than the starting pay at a nearby diesel truck shop. And their veteran truck technicians have the opportunity to make almost double what our veteran school bus technicians make. I'd like to ask the board please look at the salary scale for the bus garage staff and compare it to current market. I'm very afraid that if we don't find a way to help our technicians, we'll start losing our fantastic staff and to the other employers. Our bus driver and bus aide shortage is at a breaking point. There have been multiple days that we've had to cover over a dozen open routes. We haven't been fully staffed with drivers for over 2 years. The transportation staff, along with Dr. Whitaker, Ms. Drake, Ms. Woods, and the HR staff have worked super hard trying to recruit and retain bus drivers to no avail. The transportation office staff puts in countless hours combining routes and trying to eliminate the shortage. I'd like to thank you for the bus driver pay increase and adding the bonus. I'd like to ask that you take a look into the pay scale for the bus aides. This group of people have stood still on the scale as the public sector continues to see major pay increases. The driver pay has helped, however, we need more help in trying to hire bus drivers and retain our current staff of drivers and aides. I'd like to ask that you look at adding benefits for our drivers and aides, such as insurance or retirement. We've had drivers work here for 30 or 40 years, and when they retire, receive nothing more than a handshake and a thanks for your service. It just doesn't seem fair to our loyal staff. I know that you were able to look into some benefits previously for some employee groups that were not full-time. Some of our surrounding counties offer benefits for bus drivers and aides, and in talking to the drivers, adding benefits was clearly identified as to what they think we need to do to be able to hire more drivers. Several drivers stated that changing our pay schedule from monthly to biweekly may be useful in hiring new drivers. For people who have been paid weekly or biweekly in the past, going to a monthly pay schedule could be tough. It would also decrease the delay in receiving your first paycheck. When it comes to driver retention, the most echoed response was student behavior and support from the schools. Our drivers are the heart of the transportation department. School bus driving is not an easy job, and the drivers need all the support they can get from the school staff when they have behavior issues on the bus. Some of the things the drivers have to deal with on a daily basis is astonishing. Our transportation office staff is amazing. I have no idea how they get everything accomplished that they do. Some days it's during route times, it's like air traffic control and Grand Central Station combined. This group has fallen behind as well with their salary. They work tirelessly in a very demanding, high-stress environment, dealing with lost children, parent complaints, driver complaints, and route and trip planning. They're truly specialists in their field, and I'd like to ask that the board look into their salary scale as well, because this is a group we can't afford to lose. Lastly, I'd like to ask that you look into the classified staff pay scale as a whole. our current pay system for our classified staff has pay bands, no steps. There's been multiple groups that have talked about this, but so the way the bands seem to be working now, it's kind of impossible to determine where you're at on the scale in relation to top or bottom. For the last several years, we've gotten pay increases that we're thankful for. However, the raise consists of moving the entire pay band up, so most, if not all, the people on the pay band keep getting further and further away from top pay. So this top pay for our positions seems unattainable. If you start right out of high school, the bottom of the scale, and work 5 years, even though you get a pay raise every year, you're still at the bottom of the scale. So if they hire someone else right out of high school, at the bottom of the scale, they're going to be making exactly what you're making. So if you were to resign and come back with 5 years experience, you'd move way up the scale. But we're not compensating people for the years that they've been here. In my opinion, the pay bands are bad for morale and unfair to our employees. And I didn't realize that the teacher pay scale, that they have steps on their scale, and I assumed that related to years of service. But I think that's what we need to go back to. I think our scale needs to be set up so you can move toward the top of the scale. Thank you all for all you do, and thank you for your continued support of our department and our school system.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawrence. And you all, please feel free to leave. I know you have those buses. I hope you don't have a route in the morning, but I bet you do. I would just like to send a heartfelt thanks to all of our employees who came out and represented their groups. I know it can be a little scary thing to get up in front of a big group and speak, but I appreciate them working to collaborate with the staff, getting feedback, and bringing that all to you.
Yep. So I would like to just make this comment about the buses for our community to understand. Again, if you just heard, the buses can't get service because our techs are driving the buses.
That's right.
Which means we're going to have less buses to be able to be on the road. And if they decide, I'm done with this and leave, we're not going to have children being able to get to school.
That's right.
Plain and
That's
simple.
right.
We are not going to have the ability to support extracurricular activities, and that's going to be devastating to a lot of children and a lot of families. So at some point, people in the community are going to have to step up and say, okay, to keep things going, I'm going to try this. And one of the other things that needs to happen is get your kid under control,
Absolutely.
because that makes no
Exactly.
sense. We have these folks who have dedicated themselves to get our kids to and from school and try to do it safely, and they have to deal with, you wouldn't believe some of the stuff, as he has said, they have to deal with. It needs to stop, and it starts with the parents. And when it is brought to your attention, understand it's not just because we want to pick on your kid. It's because something needs to be done. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say I think you need to stand an ovation on that, because I agree wholeheartedly. And, we talk a lot about what happens in the classrooms, and rightfully so. I think we should. But if we don't start putting our support staff on the front burner, there's not going to be any children to get to school. Schools aren't going to be kept for them to be there, and they're not going to get fed. And we have got to start looking at that. And there's been some of us that say that and say that and say that. And so I'm saying it again, I thank all of you. I think our definitely lunch ladies and gentlemen that worked through when nobody else wanted to. And our bus drivers, because they went and stepped up and did what other people wouldn't. And I appreciate them so much. I appreciate you guys. And I know with the bus drivers, I can't imagine the things it's just like I didn't think years ago when someone came and said, you don't even think about, we have to clean up the buses if someone gets sick, all that stuff is left on them after hours. People don't think about that, and they stop bus drivers and they get angry and tell them whatever they want to, and that's not right. We need to stop it. We need to change. Everybody wants to go to Richmond and
fuss about, we need to start fussing about that kind of stuff. So, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And I just want to ditto Ms. Franklin and Ms. Bond. I've got some friends who are in all of these positions who have reached out to me. And heartbreakingly, I have had people on the phone crying with me. I've heard horror stories about the buses. Lunch ladies have told me what was going on and the difficulties they're going through. So the main thing I want to point out is that these people don't come in at a certain time and leave at a certain time. These people are, and have told you, their job is ongoing. I know a lot of ours have been ongoing at certain times as well, and I appreciate each and every one of you for that. I certainly do. But like Ms. Franklin pointed out, we've got to get our bus issue under control. We've got to get our kids to school. Our main job is these kids. The 7 of us sitting up here, our main thing to take care of is our students. And we have got to continue to remember that, and we've got to do whatever we can and whatever it takes to make sure that we have these things fixed in the best way we can. Now, I don't think we're going to be able to fix everything overnight, but I can tell you we have been trying really hard, and with what we've got to deal with, I commend everyone on the job you do every day. I know it's not easy, and I know every one of us up here thanks you from the bottom of our heart. But I also want to encourage you to reach out to your local delegates, and I want to encourage you to reach out to the state for extra help, because we definitely need it, because we never get enough. So thank you guys for everything you do.
I'd like to thank you too, and let you know that the state doesn't give us money for you. They only pay us for the SOQ positions. They pay us for no infrastructure. So I will echo what Dana said about reaching out to your legislators. Just like they don't pay for building schools or keeping them up, we, the first time this year, are getting some money to do that. So definitely reach out to them. Ms. Whitaker, I don't know if now's the appropriate time or not, but could we get some data on the information that was requested, like the pay scales for the different areas?
Absolutely. So what I'll do is 2 things. One, what I want to do is I took some notes as those employee groups were speaking, so I will share it back with them to make sure I didn't miss anything, that I captured their requests. And then I will forward those to the board as well, so that you all at a future meeting can say, here's everything you need to bring back.
Okay.
In the meantime, our strategic plan for this year did call for a salary study. So Danny and his team have been working really diligently to do the salary study in terms of looking at where our employees are. And then we can also look at those industry standards. But they're well underway with that plan, but we will absolutely bring you that material. And again, that was the goal of getting it here early, so that we can show you what they requested, and you guys can say, bring us this, this, and this, so that you can use that in your decision making.
Right. Are there any grants? I know Jonathan's probably not here. Are there any grants that are possible for school nutrition that would help us with equipment?
So there are sometimes grants that are available. There's not really as much in school nutrition. It's a federal program, and it's one of the only programs that can exist. There are funds outside of the school division funds.
Right.
It is a really hard one, because, part of the usership is kids wanting to buy the meals. And so the staff does the best they can, but again, they've got the requirements that they have to go under. And so really the best thing is, in my opinion, a long-range plan for cafeteria, just like we're working in other areas. We've talked a little bit about compiling their needs of equipment and material. We have been able this year to purchase a couple things that they need, but there's stuff they need right now and they don't have any money for it.
Sure.
So, compiling a list and you all being able to use long-term planning, just like we're going to do with facilities and technology, I think would really help. But we will continue definitely to look for grants.
All right. Thank you so much.
So one of the issues with the nutrition program, in the very beginning, we were looking at outsourcing. My concern was our employees and their employees. And it sounds like some of the questions that I asked should not be happening are happening, and it needs to stop. This is not pitting one group of people against the other. They're all doing the same thing.
Any other comments? Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Drake will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. The first speaker is Cassidy Ackerman Garvin, and after Cassidy is Crow Sindelar.
My name is Cassidy Ackerman Garvin, and I'm supposed to state my address, correct?
Just where the town is fine. You don't have to give your full address.
I live in Blacksburg. So I'm the president of the BHS Pride Club and the Mental Health Awareness Club, and I'm asking you to reject the new model policies about transgender students. MCPS has a vested interest in the consistent and the equitable implementation of policy across school sites and varying demographics. We must live up to these policies and create an equitable and safe environment for all students. One way to do so is to support trans students. Over half of trans youth considered suicide in 2022, with 1 in 5 actually attempting it. These policies will take away the protections that were just put in place and endanger these students. For trans students, these policies will take away or significantly alter their participation in school activities and sports, force them to use facilities that will cause them distress and discomfort, and allow school staff to dead name and misgender them. This will further isolate and other these students from their peers. But calling trans students by their preferred names and creating a school environment that accepts LGBTQ+ students significantly reduces suicide rates. Not feeling comfortable using school bathrooms can also lead to physical health problems. Consider the story of Anthony Bellotti, a former Virginia high schooler who wasn't allowed to use the men's bathroom. And so he developed chronic urinary tract and kidney infections because he waited until he was home to use the restroom. These policies will also humiliate and out trans students to their peers. Many students who are transitioning aren't out as trans. Sudden name and pronoun switches by staff, as will happen underneath these policies, will single out trans students. The policies will force these students to use bathrooms where they feel and seem out of place. Trans students are already at risk for harassment. 43% of transgender youth have been bullied on school property, according to the Center of Disease Control. 29% have been threatened or injured with a weapon on school property, compared to only 7% of cisgender youth. The way to end transphobic bullying is to let trans students know that their teachers and staff support them and to allow them to use the proper facilities. I am not alone. I got over 175 high schoolers, middle schoolers, teachers, and parents to sign letters that I sent to Governor Youngkin. And many club members and allies are with me today in the audience. We must join the other districts like Alexandria who will refuse to implement these policies. The Alexandria superintendent said that as a school board and division, we are concerned with these model policies that do not align with our mission, vision, and core values to support all students and staff, in particular our core value of ensuring that we provide a welcoming environment for everyone in our school community. These same values and ideas apply to MCPS and to our diverse community of students. Trans students are not too young to deserve autonomy, nor too young to know themselves. Stand up for MCPS's trans students and do not implement these policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. Again, please hold your applause. Next, we have Crow Sindelar, sorry. And then after Crow, I don't know what's wrong with me tonight, is Don Upham.
My name is Crow Sindelar, and I live in Blacksburg. Governor Youngkin has proposed a new DOE model policy that would remove the rights of transgender children in schools. Under his proposal, trans students would need legal documents to change their name and gender in the school system. This process would force children to out themselves as trans in potentially dangerous situations to be comfortable. This will lead to the abuse of trans children with parents who reject their identities. Even if students submit these documents, their teachers would not have to comply if they felt it violated their constitutional beliefs. There is no such thing as a constitutional belief, as the U.S. Constitution is not a religious text, nor is it open to interpretation. But it does not stop at letting teachers misgender and deadname their students. Even those with documents would still face discrimination. Students would have to associate with the sports teams and bathrooms of their assigned sex. This will cause the bullying of trans children to increase as they are forced to out themselves to go to the restroom. They will also have to endure feeling unsafe during the most universal of human functions. Trans kids have exponentially high rates of suicide and depression. As Kathy said, 1 in 5 trans children have attempted suicide in 2022. This policy will do nothing to address these horrifying statistics and only worsen the mental states of trans children. This is not what we want. Thousands of queer students have already demonstrated their opposition to this policy by participating in a statewide walkout last month. These walkouts were held at 100 Virginia schools, showing how much students care about defending our rights. And if the suffering of children is not enough to convince you, this proposed policy is illegal at both a state and federal level. This policy violates the Title IX Education Amendment and the Equal Protection Clause, which prohibit discrimination based on gender identity in schools. Furthermore, there is precedent against laws like this. In Grimm versus Gloucester, a trans student could not use the men's restroom. He challenged this and succeeded. Finally, it goes against a 2020 law that schools must adopt evidence-based policies to support transgender youth. This policy is not evidence-based, and evidence points to using trans students' correct names and pronouns will lower their risk of mental illness and suicide. So not only will it harm children, but this policy also goes directly against Virginia state law and precedent as well as federal law. With all the facts I presented, I hope that your conclusion is to choose not to adopt this policy. All Virginia counties have the right to say no and protect the students they serve. Protect me and protect my friends. We are all deserving of freedom and dignity. Are two of the MCPS core values not respect and equity? I implore you to honor these values and keep our children safe. Say no to Governor Youngkin's new model policy. Say no to the DOE.
Thank you, Crow. Next, we have Donna Upham, and after Mr. Upham, we have Chris Thomas.
Members of the board and acting superintendent, my name is Don Upham. I live in Reiner. In addition to a bachelor and master's degrees, I've completed 3 years of graduate study in theology and have had 38 years experience in spiritual warfare ministry, authoring a book on spiritual warfare entitled In Favor of the Saints. On September 6th, Mr. Pauley gave a presentation on the process of selecting textbooks and instructional materials as well as supplemental materials. What I cannot share in just 3 minutes tonight is explained and documented in more detail in Messianic Rabbi Jonathan Cahn's newly released book, The Return of the Gods. I have provided a copy of this book for each of you that I've left with Ms. Drake. And to quote policy 6-1.7, teaching about controversial issues, all sides of the issue should be given to students. The controversial issue I'm speaking about is instruction, counsel, or use of supplemental materials which promote desensitized behaviors expressing LGBT plus cross-dressing and gender dysphoria, as well as keeping knowledge of such behaviors from parents. The open expression of these behaviors, along with sexual and homosexual acts with temple prostitutes and adult and child sacrifice, were part of the religious ritual practice in the temples, sacred groves, and high places where the ancient demonic gods were worshipped. So these topics are not only controversial, but they're also religious issues spoken of in the Bible. Thus also relates to policy 6-1.8, religion in schools. The point of Rabbi Cahn's book is that over the last number of decades, the God of heaven, the God of whom our national motto states, "In God we trust," prayers mentioning the name of God or Jesus, the guidepost of the Ten Commandments, have all been removed from our schools, our government institutions, and even from many churches. As a result, generations of adults and youth have not been taught the value and protection of the commandments or of the relationship with the God of heaven through his indwelling spirit, prayer, and worship. And into that void, the demonic gods have returned with a vengeance to influence behavior and oppress the human spirit. We are warned in the biblical book of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, whoever causes one of these little ones who believes in me to stumble, it would be better for him to have a heavy millstone hung around his neck and be drowned in the sea. I would hope that this would cause you to carefully examine whether some supplementary materials, to quote, directly relate to the established objective of the course and content area, end quote, and are appropriate for public school setting.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Upham, or Mr. Upham. Next, we have Chris Thomas, and after Chris, we have Betty Thomas.
Members of the board, Chris Thomas, Christiansburg, Virginia. I wrote a speech tonight which was full of cold hard facts, cited legal opinions, and featured an expert analysis from PhDs in education policy, all explaining why this board's interpretation of law and policy is wrong and why our teachers should be allowed to select novels and other works to supplement their ELA curriculum. But I'm not going to deliver that speech. I want you to use your imaginations instead. See, because literature is supposed to be transportive. It asks us to step into a world different from our own and live in that world, experiencing it through the eyes of characters that we might come to know and love. So come with me to a fictional realm in which this board's interpretation of curricular policy is based on facts. Imagine what that world would have to look like in the lit biz, by the way, we call this world building. So, a statewide ban on the use of novels and ELA curricula would have elicited waves of protests, similar to what you've seen at this board's meetings, but all across the Commonwealth, with angry parents and teachers showing up to complain about how that's not how they used to teach literature when I was a kid, and no one understands how this stuff anyway, like the new math, but, you know, with prepositional phrases. The change would have had to have come from somewhere, and Governor Youngkin's only been around for like a hot minute, so we have to imagine that Governor Northam defied teachers' unions and ordered novels stricken from the ELA curriculum. And that would have been a massive scandal and a huge political betrayal as well, since, as Ms. Price keeps reminding us, teachers' unions are all secretly pawns of the Democratic Party. And that would get the national media in on the action. We'd have Rachel Maddow offering up some quirky take about how it's all a corporatist assault on workers' rights, and Tucker Carlson glowing with incandescent rage about how students are to blame and cursing millennials for killing the book report, even though they're all in their 20s, but why let facts get in the way of a good story? And, of course, with all of this ability to approve supplemental novels stripped from local school boards, meetings like this one would be quiet and civilized affairs. There wouldn't be any right-wing protesters showing up, worried about books recognizing the existence or humanity of LGBTQ people that might be included in the curriculum. Are you seeing it? Can you place yourself in this fictional and imaginary world and see how different it is than ours? It's kind of amazing, isn't it? That's the power of long-form text, or more than 5 paragraphs worth of it anyway. It takes us to places we can never go, introduces us to people we could never meet, and lets us imagine things which have nothing in common with our reality whatsoever. And sometimes, every so often, there's another meaning, thinly veiled by the author, and left for a reader to discover. Marinate on that. Take all the time you need. But not too long. The school year's a quarter over already, and my 6th graders have yet to be assigned a book.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Next, we have Betty Thomas.
Good evening. My name is Betty Thomas. I use these are pronouns, and I'm gender fluid, non-binary, and transgender. I am from Christiansburg. Usually, I'm here to talk about LGBTQ+ issues, but today I'm talking about the new English curriculum StudySync. For the past few weeks, you've been hearing adults talk about StudySync. I think it's time to hear from a student from MCPS. I have always done very well in my English classes because I love to read. But now I find it hard to pay attention in class. All we do is sit at our desks, watch videos, read boring snippets of texts, and take quizzes that suck the joy out of reading. I am tired of trying to figure out the right answers to questions. Literature doesn't have right or wrong answers at all. Even the smartest people I know have gotten C's or worse on these quizzes. My mom, who has a PhD, took one of these quizzes with me, meaning that I picked the answers and she told me if she thought the answer I picked was right or wrong. She agreed with every answer I picked, and we still got a 70 on that, the first C she ever got in her life. This, I have found out, is also true with lots of other parents around the county. Students make us read, StudySync makes us read clippings from books. Clippings! I want to read actual books with chapters and thoughts and feelings, not just 5 to 6 paragraphs. 5 to 6 paragraphs is just enough to make a child want to read the book. But when you go and search in your library, the book isn't there. Books are magical. They introduce new ideas to children that they never even thought of before. Things like gender, race, and religion. It also introduces different types of people, such as refugees or immigrants. These things are very important in a child's education, because eventually we all meet people who are different. Without books, we assume that different people don't exist, and that feels awful to the person on the receiving end. I should know. I've been through this before. And let me add that the existence of queer characters in a book does not make that book sexually explicit. Queer students should have the right to see themselves represented in their curriculum. I've read a lot of good books. Books like Ender's Game, The Hot Zone, One Crazy Summer, The Selection, and The False Prince. But I'm tired of reading books by myself. I want to read books with my teachers and my classmates so that we can talk about them. When my mom was in the 6th grade at Kirchensburg Middle School, she read books like Bridge to Terror, Bithia, and Talk Everlasting. I think my education should be at least as good as hers was 30 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Betty. Next, we have Jerry Souter. Is Jerry here tonight? Oh, there he is, okay. And after Jerry, we have Deb Dickerson.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Sauter, and this is my 36th year as an English teacher at Auburn High School. I want to thank you for your continued support of collective bargaining. We are in this together, and collective bargaining validates that. Not surprisingly, I also want to talk about some misconceptions that persist regarding StudySync. First, this is not about what's easy for us, but what's best for our kids. Second, we are not asking you to throw out the McGraw-Hill textbook. Just let us use it as we use the textbook for the last 40 years, as one resource, not the resource. Third, teaching novels not in StudySync is not illegal. Fourth, some people have said we are upset because we don't like change. Evidently, those people are not teachers. I teach 5 different classes this semester. It's 5 different preparations. And if you've ever been around kids, you know the Tuesday child is not necessarily the Friday child. Fifth, people have said that we're not upset with the program, just the way it was handled. That's not quite accurate. The program as mandated is a problem, and the confrontational way it has been presented is repulsive. From day one, the process has been unprofessional and offensive and designed to make us shut up and comply. Guess what? That's not going to happen. Sixth, equity is still a core value in the county. I know StudySync touts 50% of its pieces are from women and minority authors. All I know is that 62% of the authors in the first 2 11th grade units are male, white, and dead. When I was allowed to choose literature, dead white guys made up less than half. Our ability to supplement StudySync is crucial to engaging the kids. Ms. Bond, imagine if Montgomery County agreed to renew your license, but you could only cut hair in one of 2 styles, the Elvis and the Aunt Bee. That's it. I'm sure there are people who'd be thrilled. But most people do not want the Elvis or the Aunt Bee, and will go elsewhere. That's what StudySync does to teachers. We are forced to teach literature that we know is not going to work for most of our kids. Then they'll either zone out or hate English, and that's not good for anyone. Finally, this is for anyone listening tonight, especially the Auburn community. You've trusted me with your kids for 3 generations. You know that my focus has always been on what's best for them. I truly care about them. You know this. Trust me. StudySync is not what's best. So, if you're a former student or the parent of a student, I have a favor. If you like my class, if you thought it was fun, if you learned stuff. If you want me to continue to do what I love so much, then use your power. Contact these people, the school board, contact the new superintendent, contact anyone who might listen, and tell them, fix this mess and just let me teach.
Sorry. Thank you, Jerry. Next, we have Deb Dickerson. Is Deb here? Okay, move on to the next. I'm sorry, guys, I am not feeling well tonight. Next, we have Lynn Ressler.
Members of the board, thank you very much for your time tonight. My name is Lynn Ressler, and I live in Blacksburg. I am here today to join many others that came before me to express concerns about the sole use of StudySync as the new ELA content platform, and also the manner in which it was implemented. I am disheartened that parents and teachers were not provided the full details regarding this rapid and drastic curriculum change that is not for the better. I am foremost concerned that our children are not reaping the benefits from our talented, passionate, and formally trained teachers and librarians, because our teachers are no longer trusted to be the creative professionals that they are. I'm concerned about teacher retention and teacher morale. Secondly, I am seriously concerned about student engagement and morale. My son, like others, has lost the benefit of real engagement and has become a victim of this impersonal, computer-based corporate curriculum. The joys of reading, writing, and discussing in middle school made me a lifelong learner. This was 35 years ago. I can still remember the names of the books that I read in middle school. My 7th grader has not come home yet this year with one book that is part of the educational curriculum. This is an injustice to students and society. The reading of novel segments on a computer where one cannot easily highlight, make notes, and allow time to reflect is not an appropriate educational substitute to reading full novels. Research shows that reading complete novels builds vocabulary, makes better writers, and improves creativity, focus, and empathy through engagement with themes and characters. As someone who has taught at the college level for over 22 years, I can attest that our youth need these skills now more than ever. I fear that the inflexibility of StudySync is turning students off of reading and writing. Reading and writing are still foundational skills for functioning as engaged citizens in society. My heart breaks to hear my son, who used to read every night, tell me, StudySync are just assignments that I just want to get over with. In sum, I believe that the sole use of StudySync and the manner in which it is implemented is misaligned with the MCPS motto, engage, encourage, empower.
Thank you. Sorry. How are we doing on time, Ms. Drake?
We have 7 minutes remaining.
Okay. Next, we have Carola Haas. And then after Carola is Andrea Langston.
Thank you. My name is Carola Haas from Reiner, Virginia. As an elected school board, I appreciate that you represent the community's interest in maintaining high-quality education in our county. Parents and community members, teachers and students all have valuable perspectives to bring to discussions about school policy and curriculum. Virginia has a strong tradition of encouraging each school district to make decisions locally, encouraging parental involvement. In fact, Virginia is one of only a handful of states in which local school boards, rather than a state agency, have control of the curriculum. This structure has been supported and maintained by both Republican and Democratic-led legislative bodies and is something we should all be proud of, and those who advocate for parents' rights and more parental involvement should support. The current interim administration is acting against longstanding school board policy, Virginia legislation, and precedent by trying to implement policies of central control and censorship rather than allowing local strands to engage students in a way that will be most relevant. If we are hiring and mentoring high-quality teachers, we should be able to support them as they work individually to develop activities and assign readings that engage students in each school. If students at Auburn are working on an ag project or a science project that can be supplemented by a reading in English, that's something that should be encouraged. But the students in Christiansburg who may be excited about a different issue shouldn't be forced to read the exact same thing. Please don't drive our teachers and staff away by creating policies that show a lack of respect and trust. Please vote against the proposed changes to Policy 5-1.6 and Policy 6-5.5. These topics should be tabled until the new administration is in place and can start with a more positive working relationship with students, parents, and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Carola. Next, we have Andrea Langston, and after Andrea is Martha Ann Stallings.
Can I let Martha Ann go before me?
Ms. Drake, can we do that?
It's a first come, first served basis.
That would be the answer to that question.
Okay, well, I can adjust.
Okay.
Andrea Langston, I live in the county, in the Prices Fork area. I'm going to share some concerns from the Montgomery County Dialogue on Race about Governor Youngkin's commitment to Virginians' high expectation and excellence for all students. One of the principles was freedom of speech and inquiry, which said that our institutions of learning will embody a commitment to free speech and the exploration of diverse ideas. Our democracy rests on the foundation that education must teach every generation how to think, not what to think. This principle is titled Freedom of Speech and Inquiry. These are among the rights of students. The Supreme Court ruled in 1969 that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom of speech or expression at the schoolhouse gate. However, despite this statement and the Supreme Court's ruling, the Youngkin administration seeks to limit these student rights. The Governor's Executive Order No. 1 in 2022 mandates the end of teaching or discussing so-called divisive concepts. Addressing critical issues is a cornerstone of education. Freedom of inquiry, another hallmark of education, has taken a significant hit as many books are banned. These books include award-winning volumes, including books by Nobel laureate Toni Morrison. Freedom of inquiry does not exist where books are being banned. Another principle, high expectations, where all students deserve to be held to high expectations aligned to the needs of the knowledge economy. We will prioritize resources for those students, communities furthest behind, and teach comprehensive history. Saying that all students deserve to be aligned to the needs of the knowledge economy suggests that we should train students to fit into the economy. This is an unacceptable argument against mainstream education, which seeks to enable students to see the forest and the trees. Education provides the opportunity for acquiring knowledge and skills that allow people to develop their full potential and become successful members of society, not merely cogs in the machinery of the economy. We appreciate the interest in continuing to have high expectations for our students. These expectations currently include some attention to citizenship and giving students a voice in the life of their schools, their communities, and society at large. We think teaching comprehensive history is an admirable objective of education. However, that objective is being thwarted in Virginia by limiting what part of our history is taught. For example, we cannot teach history appropriately without addressing divisive concepts. The current efforts thwarting the teaching of Virginia history seem to be a return to a previous era in Virginia when the Byrd political machine limited the content of textbooks children used in the state. For example, educators could not teach the realities of slavery and racial segregation. I want to urge you to resist new language that sounds safe, but in reality just keeps old systems of power in place. Instead, strive to make brave decisions that value, support, and lift all students in their learning journeys. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. Next up, we have Martha Ann Stallings. And after Martha Ann, we have Kelly Brennan.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members, and thank you for listening to me and others before me. In May 2022, the Youngkin administration released a report. That was kind of what Andrea was referencing a minute ago. It's our commitment to Virginians' high expectations and excellence for all students. On August 27th, 2022, led by the Education Issue Group, which I happen to chair, we had a Dialogue on Race event where we convened over 150 local citizens who sat and examined and critiqued the document that came out of Richmond. We met in smaller groups later to go over in detail the issues that came up from that meeting on August 27th. Although many of our community members considered the document vague and needing operational statements, the titles of the principles in the governor's plan were very clear. But some of the policies contradict some of the principles that are stated in the document. For example, one principle specifies freedom of inquiry, yet the Youngkin administration is banning award-winning books from schools and libraries, as we've heard previously. Another principle calls for zero tolerance for discrimination, yet the governor is ordering discrimination against transgender and minority students and even other citizens. Another principle calls for greater participation of parents in the schools, something that educators most certainly favor. However, without guidelines and resources, this could be very problematic. And then, of course, there is the call for more school choices, which could lead us to shifting solely needed funds, which we heard about tonight, from the public education budget to private enterprises, which we strongly oppose. Over the past several months, many of our Dialogue on Race community members have indeed participated in reading about, discussing, listening to others, and summarizing our beliefs and our concerns about 6 of the 7 guiding principles found in the report that came out of Richmond. We have had 3 community gatherings, and I would like to ask anyone in the audience who participated in any way to please stand up. So as you can see, we had a great participation. As a community group, we would like to share our responses to you this evening. For example, you heard Andrea respond to 2 of the principles. You will be provided in our report the Youngkin administrative descriptions and also our responses to what we believe was said. Thank you for listening, and thank you for supporting equity.
Thank you, Martha Ann.
Chair Cass, we've reached 30 minutes.
Okay. Board, Ms. Drake has indicated that 30 minutes has passed. Does anyone wish to make a motion to extend public address by an additional 30 minutes?
So moved.
May I have the roll, please, Ms. Drake? Or any discussion? Okay, now the roll.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes, and we will continue the public address. The next speaker is Kelly Brennan. And after Kelly, we have Ruth Green.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Brennan. I live in Reiner. Thank you all for your time and attention. Continuing from the previous 2 speakers, I will address the principle of empowering parents and teachers. The Youngkin administration states, parents are their child's first and most important teachers. They must be integral player in our education systems. Next to parents, having a quality teacher is the greatest determinant of a child's success. Great teachers must be celebrated and rewarded. The Dialogue on Race community responds, parents are integral players in children's education, but their role in our education system is very different from that of educators. Because the roles of parents and teachers are different, things work best when they collaborate, each bringing their expertise to children's education. Of course, schools must create environments to facilitate that collaboration and avoid problems when a parent assumes too much of a teacher's role. In addition, schools need resources to assist some parents in their roles in parent-school relationships. So I got this short and sweet one. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have Ruth Green. Is Ruth Green here? Okay, then next we have Sandy Witt. And after Sandy, we have Susan Morikawa.
Good evening. I'm Sandy Witt. I live in the wonderful town of Christiansburg. My principle is zero tolerance for discrimination. Doesn't that sound wonderful? You all have worked on that. We have policies that have been put into place. This is what it says. We will not allow the ascribing of traits or behavior based on race, gender, political beliefs, or religion. We will reinforce that every person has a right to reach his or her full potential. Education should provide them with the tools and knowledge to do so. And you all have worked really hard to do that. This is the way we interpret what's happened. However, before the ink was dry on this, in September 2022, through the Virginia Department of Education, Governor Youngkin proposed policies that violated this principle by reversing protections for transgender students. Thank you, Crow, for your earlier things. These protections were put in place in 2021 to bring Virginia in line with court rulings and national policies. In 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that civil rights law barring sex discrimination covers transgender students. Well, people, everybody. Also in 2020, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit ruled that Virginia schools' transgender bathroom ban was unconstitutional and discriminated against a transgender male student who was barred from using the boys' bathrooms in his high school. The U.S. Supreme Court denied to hear an appeal of that ruling. Now, guidelines that you all are supposed to enact will once again say transgender students must use restrooms that go with their sex assigned at birth. Isn't this illegal? Plus, before this principle was written, Governor Youngkin initiated a racial discrimination policy by abolishing Virginia's equity initiatives. Many people have tried to do away with those, including you all here. Are we to go back to the way it was? I certainly hope not. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Next, we have Susan Morikawa, and after Susan, we have Allison Knight.
I'm Susan Morikawa. I live in Blacksburg. The governor's principle is innovation, which states there is excellence in education in Virginia, but there are many children who have not had access to that excellence. We will create a culture of innovation that breaks the one-size-fits-all education model by increasing school choice, such as lab schools. That's what the governor says. The Dialogue on Race community members respond this way. Innovation sounds great, and we all want equity in education. However, the key word here is choice, which usually means choice outside public schools, using public dollars to pay tuition to private schools and for state funding of charter schools. While parents have the right to choose where they send their children, scarce public funds should not be used to support the choice of private schools because, among other issues, these schools often do not abide by all federal, state, and local civil rights laws. For example, private schools can deny admission to some students based on their race, sexual orientation, or religion. However, students in public education settings are protected under federal programs such as Title VI and Title IX. Also, students with disabilities who require more expensive support services could be denied admission to these private schools. It may be helpful for us to remember that a shameful part of Virginia's history involves using vouchers and tuition credits. In the late 1950s and early 60s, 7 states across the South, including Virginia, used voucher and tax credit plans to subsidize white families fleeing the integration of public schools. The consequences were devastating for African American students. Private schools do not have the same level of accountability and transparency as public schools. Private schools are not required to report how they spend funds, but tax dollars need to be accounted for. Reducing public funding by providing vouchers and tax credits to private schools may lead to more inequities in the educational system. The report titled Keeping Informed About School Vouchers, a review of major developments and research, examines 27 studies of voucher programs and found no clear advantage in academic achievement for students attending private schools with vouchers. In summary, we should not provide state funds to schools that are not held to the same standards as public schools and do not provide transparency regarding curriculum or student achievement levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Next, we have Allison Knight. And after Allison, we have Christine Cadwallader. I'm sorry, I just probably beat up on your last name.
Hi, I'm Allison Knight. I'm from Blacksburg. I'm with the Dialogue on Race, commenting on Governor Youngkin's education report. The report states, in the section on transparency and accountability, our education systems will be held accountable for preparing our learners for success in life. This requires an emphasis on evidence and transparency. Of course, our education systems should be held accountable for their task, and the objectives and goals should be transparent. However, we should be cautious about overusing test scores as the only factor in considering students' progress. This approach can lead to teaching to the test, where the emphasis is placed on the actual test items. In this kind of teaching, teachers arrange activities around the actual test or similar items. Instead, education experts prefer curriculum teaching, directed at the curricular content, knowledge, and skills represented by test items. In curriculum teaching, students learn the test assessment content. We also believe that public schools are fundamental to our democracy. Consequently, we feel they should be transparent and accountable to their communities, and they should be fully funded. I want to encourage you to support equity in our school system, and I appreciate your time and consideration for these issues.
Thank you, Allison. Next, we have Christine Cadwallader. Cadwallader? I was pretty close.
That was really good.
I was an English teacher.
Okay. You should have heard the way they announced me in high school basketball in the South. My name is Chris Cadwallader, and I live in Blacksburg. Over the weekend, you each received an email signed by 65 citizens of this county. Are any of you here? Some? A few? Okay. We were concerned about Governor Youngkin's executive order seeking to rescind model policies on treatment of transgender students that were developed under the Northam administration. We think the Northam policy recommendations align with Montgomery County's mission to include and protect all students, and we urge you to stand by the policies that you enacted with the Northam guidance. In the email, we opine that if Governor Youngkin wants to make school divisions follow his preferences, which they are, their preferences regarding the treatment of transgender students, he must convince the General Assembly to pass a law codifying his policy recommendations and then tell the Department of Education to develop regulations to enforce it. At that point, you would be obliged to develop policy based on those regulations. It turns out that Governor Youngkin has already tried to get the General Assembly to codify his educational preferences. His efforts have failed. 3 bills were introduced in the Senate last session. One bill prohibited the teaching of inherently divisive concepts, aka critical race theory. One bill banned transgender students from participating in sports on the teams that align with their gender identity. One bill sought to eliminate the Northam administration policies on the treatment of transgender students. That is why he's trying to do it with an executive order. The bills died in the Senate Education Committee, which simply tabled them, which made them die and never be introduced on the floor of the Senate for a vote. Governor Youngkin also requested that the Republican-led House of Delegates leadership add language to their budget bill which would ban the teachings of divisive concepts like the critical race theory in public schools. The GOP House leadership simply ignored his request. So the governor is 0 for 4 on advancing his education agenda with the General Assembly, and I think we should stand with the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Chris? Next, we have Crystal Fentress, and after Crystal, we have Chris Williams.
Good evening, Crystal Fentress. I live in Christiansburg. It seems like you have a lot of important decisions lying ahead of you, so I'd like to share with you a set of questions developed by the Marcula Center of Applied Ethics at Santa Cruz University that will ensure justice is the primary focus of our discussions and decisions. Could our decision create situations that could be damaging to someone or some group or unevenly beneficial to people? Which option best respects the rights, the equal benefit, and the burden of those who have a stake? Which option treats people fairly, giving them each the dignity that they are due? Which option will produce the most good and do the least harm for as many stakeholders as possible? Which option best serves the community as a whole, not just some members? Which option leads us to act as the sort of community that we want to be? Which option appropriately considers the relationships, concerns, and feelings of all stakeholders? Let us not be daunted by the clamor and the rhetoric that would demand the rights of one group over the rights of others. Let us instead be inspired by the words of Martin Luther King. True peace is not merely the absence of tension. It is the presence of justice. Let us seek and do the difficult work of justice for our employees, our students, their families, and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Next, we have Chris Williams, and after Chris, we have Carol Fox.
All right, good evening. My name is Chris Williams. I live in Blacksburg. I have 2 children currently enrolled in MCPS schools. For fear of running out of time, I want to go straight to my closing statement. And that is simply, this interim administration has proven to you that they cannot be entrusted to make policy decisions. They came to you 2 weeks ago and claimed that the policy mandated that teachers only use StudySync and that ELA teachers were not allowed to deviate from it. They told us this despite the fact that no other discipline is subjective to such a restrictive interpretation of the exact same policy. They've implicitly admitted the illegitimacy of their policy interpretation with this week's sudden change and quiet change in their stance on whether or not a teacher has to mandatory use StudySync. And now, despite this mistake, they expect us to entrust them with further policy changes? Their rushed last-minute rollout of the wrong policy has substantially caused harm to our teachers and our students. And whether the people presenting you this false information are doing so because they made a mistake in interpreting policy, or if they're trying to purposely manipulate you to gain control over our teachers' voices, it doesn't really matter, because fundamentally, their interpretation of the policy was grossly incorrect, and their ineptitude has been laid out before all of us. Any new policy proposals coming from them should be frankly ignored. Now then, you all have faced some challenging problems in the past, and I bring you some really, really good news, because this one's really easy. And that's because I'm certain that each of you, individually, no matter your differences of opinion, are fundamentally against this mandatory instruction because you all care about our students' well-being. It was said earlier this evening. So if you're one of those board members who have voiced support for teachers teaching, for respecting and listening to teachers because of their professional training and years of in-class expertise, and has championed for teachers actually teaching and not being treated as disciplined robots, then clearly you're opposed to this. I'm sure you will continue your passionate support for our teachers and stand against these policies. If you are one of the board members who have championed diversity in our county and in its curriculum and have voiced support for representing a diverse collection of human experiences, a diversity of opinion, and a diversity of background, then you must be furious at the idea of a mandated, restricted curriculum that only allows our children to read excerpts of texts written before 1926, a time in which presenting diverse cultures and experiences was really not a priority, to put it politely. That must be terrifying. And if you're one of those board members who back in the height of the pandemic pleaded to bring our children back to school because you felt it was critical for them to have face-to-face time with their teacher, and it was vital that they got more interaction than just that offered by their Chromebook, then you must be really frustrated that this administration, this interim administration, is mandating a curriculum that minimizes that student-teacher interaction and has students staring into their computers, dragging and dropping text blurbs. With this mandatory curriculum, where teachers aren't even allowed to deviate from a computer program, the students might as well be at home. That must be really frustrating for you. You know who else agrees with you that a mandated curriculum that only allows students to read solely excerpts is a terrible idea? StudySync itself. In the hard copy textbook of StudySync, it reads on the bottom of nearly every page, and I quote, "Please note that excerpts in the StudySync library are intended as touchstones to generate interest. StudySync believes that such passages do not substitute for the reading of an entire text and strongly recommends that students seek out and purchase the whole literary or informational work." Now, frankly, it doesn't take any of these reasons or even decades of teacher experience to recognize that this curriculum
I'm
is a
sorry,
terrible
Mr.
idea.
Williams, your time is up.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Ms. Cass,
Stay
thank you
tuned
for
for
your
an
patience.
email.
We had a technical glitch. I had lost internet access, but we've got the time back
Okay.
and running. I was watching it on my phone. So
Okay,
that's why
good, thank you. I
know
just-
you were trying to get my eyes, but I
I
was
just
on it.
messaged Brenda, I was like, I don't think there's a clock.
Yeah,
So,
we should be fixed now.
thank you, Chris. And up next is Carol Fox. And after Carol is Michael Sanborn.
I had a lot of
retirement for this.
You got a lot of texts during that?
Sorry, I was watching.
You're getting a clock, Carol, sorry.
I'm getting a clock? No, I liked
Or
his,
is-
I liked his thing.
I timed him too. You want me to cut you off or Miss Cass? Those are your choices. You're
It
getting
doesn't
cut off
matter.
either way. Okay.
I've probably cut her off before.
Hi, I'm Carol Fox. I'm from Blacksburg. I'm a retired English and Social Studies teacher, taught at BMS for 26 years. I was honored to spend my entire professional career in Montgomery County. Currently, my oldest grandson is a freshman at Blacksburg High School. So my devotion to MCPS and to public education continues. And I came out of retirement for this tonight. Today, I was asked to present to you a copy of the open letter that you received via email October 16th. The letter details significant concerns with the ELA curriculum and highlights the policies you, as a board, are within your rights to uphold. To date, 444, I love that number, and still counting, constituents countywide have signed the open letter. Our major concern involves the directives that teachers have received about using Benchmark and StudySync in their ELA classrooms. Specifically, the directive for the nearly exclusive use of these programs is causing difficulties for our students and my former colleagues. Benchmark and StudySync alone are inadequate to address the needs of all students. The directive requiring this as the dominant resource has stripped from teachers the ability to make decisions for their students based on what they know as professionals to to be best. Teachers need to be empowered to make adjustments to the curriculum, to implement best practices, and honor their students' needs. Our students need differentiation now more than ever. Our teachers' professional voices should be heard and valued, not silenced by a canned curriculum. By viewing the curriculum as a framework that evolves with the unique needs of our students, as well as upholding current school board policy, you will remain in full compliance with all state laws. We would ask that you honor the historical interpretation of Policy 6-5.5, which has valued the voice of teachers as a vital and essential resource in our classrooms. We also ask that if this policy is revised or reinterpreted at a future date, that it retain and strengthen rather than weaken the professional voices of our teachers to inspire growth and a love of reading and learning in our children. The community members who signed the open letter are concerned for the disaffection of our young students. We are also concerned for the morale of our teachers. The division's high attrition rate, already a point of concern, will only worsen. Therefore, we ask that you act to address the 6 items included in the letter you received. Thank you for your time and attention to our concerns. We hope you are encouraged to see so many parents, educators, and community members speaking up for our wonderful students.
Got to ask you to stop.
Will you stand up tonight if you were one of the signers of the letter? Or if you just agree.
Thank you, Carol. Next, we have Michael Sanborn. And after Michael, we have Anna Vijayan.
Good evening. I am Michael Sanborn from Elliston, and I will be brief. Much has already been said or will be said, so I only want to reiterate my desire that the current school board policies remain in place. It is my belief that the proposed revisions are politically motivated and will only serve to hamstring the ability of our excellent educators. I say educators, I don't know, it just feels like more than teachers. To hamstring the ability of our excellent educators over which you have authority. Politics aside, why ever would you want to limit the ability of our educators to gift our young people with a more complete sense of selfhood that a great education will send them into adulthood with the tools of knowledge and understanding they need to succeed? When educators and students are hamstrung by the thou shall nots, then you will know they are significantly constraining education from being at its best. I use the term educators because it is my belief that educators work to bring the best out of our students, while to downgrade in a short way, teachers could seem to be limited by rules as to what they endeavor to teach. The bottom line is our students deserve the best we can give them. Thank you that I believe that is your desire above all else. I appreciate the opportunity to share my opinion. God bless you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Anna Vijayan. And after Anna, we have Lowell Bowman.
Hi, my name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in District A. And you already know that I agree with everything that's been said tonight about Benchmark and StudySync. My comments tonight focus on the proposed revisions to Policy 5-1.6, Employee Behavior in Online Environments. I have questions regarding the legality of certain statements contained in these revisions. In particular, I believe these statements may be in violation of the National Labor Relations Act. Based on a ruling against Costco from the National Labor Relations Board, which is vested with the power to enforce the act, the important question is whether employees would reasonably construe the language of a policy rule to prohibit protected activity. FindLaw.com explains this further. They say that a rule violates the National Labor Relations Act if employees would reasonably read the rule to constrict Section 7 speech. And they go on to say that teachers' tweets, not just employees, but teachers' tweets about working conditions union activity, and things of that nature are typically protected by Section 7. Let me read one of the statements included in the revisions to the policy. An employee's use of personal social media may not disrupt the work-school environment and/or compromise working relationships within MCPS schools and offices. Employees might reasonably read this rule as prohibiting teachers from engaging in union-related activity using their personal social media, and thus this statement appears to violate the National Labor Relations Act. The revised policy also includes the statement, when using personal social media accounts, employees will not share information to which they have access only as part of their official responsibilities as an MCPS employee. Employees might reasonably read this rule as prohibiting teachers from sharing information about working conditions using their social media accounts. So this statement, too, appears to violate the National Labor Relations Act. Please be absolutely sure that the revisions to the policy are legally allowed before approving them. I will end by saying that even if you find that these revisions are allowed, I strongly object to their inclusion. Parents and community members do have a right to know what is happening within the schools. If the administration provides incomplete or misleading information to the community, would teachers be punished for sharing the complete, correct information, since they only have access to this information as part of their official responsibilities? Or if a teacher expresses support for the MCEA, would the teacher be punished for compromising working relationships within MCPS schools and offices? There is much room for intimidation and control of teachers within the proposed revisions, so I urge you to reject them. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Before we move on to Mr. Bowman, we are now at the end of our second 30 minutes. We have 3 more people, and we can extend for 30 more minutes. I promise we will take a break after those 3 people. You're welcome. So, can I have a motion to extend?
For
For the next 3 people.
three public
We can
speakers
extend,
left.
we can extend for 30 minutes. We agreed, we passed the policy, it's 90 minutes now. And then after, the next 30 after that would be at the end of the meeting. So who's,
I motioned.
you second? Second. Okay. Roll, please.
Ms.
Strick?
Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. Okay, so just to let you know that we have 3 more people. We have Mr. Bowman now. After Mr. Bowman is Bob Beard, and then the last person is Matthew Fentress.
Thank you. Thank you. Lowell Bowman, live in Reiner. I was going to talk to you tonight about some of the edits with the bullying convention and behavior edits, things like that. It seems like a lot of the edits seem to kind of hinder the teachers' ability to control their classrooms and the bus drivers to kind of control the stuff that's going on their bus. But as I was sitting here just kind of reading through some of my notes, a lot of this is just words. I mean, these are just words on a paper. If the administration and the schools don't enforce or don't try to protect and create a safe environment for each kid that comes in there. So, as you're well aware, my daughter walked into Auburn High School 5 months ago and told the administration that she'd been raped. And basically nothing was done. We're still waiting to get a meeting with one of the members of the school board. Dr. Johnson gave me his phone number a while ago, so maybe we can get a meeting to talk about some changes that need to be made with regards to that. I appreciate all the speakers that have spoke here tonight. They brought up a lot of different things and a lot of different communities represented here. But the safety of each student, doesn't matter your political affiliation or where your color or creed. If somebody says that they've been raped, I don't care who it is or where it's at, something needs to happen. So I would love to meet with all of you, one of you, or everybody in the room is fine with me. to just, I don't say that I have all the answers, but I think that at least our experience as a family, we might be able to provide some insight. So I beg you to call this week so we can set up something so that we can talk. And I appreciate your time and look forward to speaking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bellman. Bob Beard. I don't agree with your shirt, though, Bob. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Buckeyes,
I
know.
can't
I wore
go
it just for
along with
you.
that.
I just wore it just for
Did you wear it just, yeah?
We covered the spread. That was the good news. So, my name is Bob Beard. I live here in Christiansburg. We've heard a lot of speakers tonight cover a lot of different things, and there's so much to talk about. First, talking about Governor Youngkin, he won Montgomery County by 5 points. He actually flipped a couple of precincts that were blue before into red. Okay, so when we talk about Youngkin not having the rights, you know, he won his election based upon parents' rights in the family, and that's what this is all about. So when he wants to make those changes, it's by giving rights back to the family and not to the school, not to the administration. All right, we can't do business as usual. Okay, so you know, inflation is going up crazy. We increased our debt by $2 trillion on the interest expense. Bank of America is forecast we're going to lose 175,000 jobs a month next year. We got there's an article in Roanoke Times and in the other media that Christiansburg High School got done for $35 million. Got their renovations done for 1,200 students, 20 new classrooms, windows everywhere, and the whole 9 yards for $35 million, not for $95 million. So I'm not sure who did the homework on trying to get that quote for that, but someone needs to go to Salem High School and see what happens so we can cut our budget. So because everybody asks for more money, the faculties, the cafeteria, teachers, on and on and on, want bigger budgets, more money. So we got to figure out some way to come up with that. So that's one way, is to move some of that money that we could save on building Christiansburg and move it to the capital, okay? The other thing to do is redistrict the lines. We can move students from Blacksburg and Christiansburg to underutilized East Montgomery and Auburn. They're at 75% of capacity. We can move hundreds of students to each one of the schools and relieve the any overcrowding issues. Christiansburg is the last school that doesn't have private teachers' rooms. I mean, each teacher has their own classroom, and that'd be the only school. That's the only school that's left that doesn't have that. So we can solve that issue right here and now by redrawing the lines and moving the students. Plus, with help with equities, we have 35% of the county is on lunch aid. Well, only 15% at Montgomery, at Blacksburg, and 50% at East Montgomery. So now we're going to improve equity across the board to all those other to the underperforming schools and offer more classes. Let's see what else. The protest on the transgender at the schools. The students I talked to said that was a good reason to skip class. I'm just going to go off in different notes here. So, you know, that's how important protest was to some students, just a good reason to skip class. Let's see what else. There is a symposium coming up on November the 8th. We're going to have all the private schools there. We have 7 private schools in this county. There's 2,100 students and a fraction of the cost.
Bob, I'm sorry, but your time's up. Thank you. Matthew Fentress?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Matt Fentress, Christiansburg, Virginia. Thanks for sticking around to listen to us, all right. Many view issues based on gender and racial identity to be divisive and controversial. The decisions have been centered on pitting the rights of individuals in majority groups against those in minority groups, a tactic that is used to create a dividing line in our communities. You see that here often. I believe we are called to do better. In the past, a decision made by this board regarding taking down symbols in our schools that promote inclusivity of gender and racial minorities to the larger group of people who are afforded equal human and civil rights in our communities is an example of a decision that further entrenched that dividing line. Some groups of employees we're told they're symbols that spoke to the dignity and equal rights were too controversial. The message received by both employees and students of these minority groups was, who you are and what you represent as a human being is too controversial to be allowed or accepted in our school community. When the majority determines the standards of equality, fairness, and access to civil rights, while the minority is forced to endure the burden of exclusion, liberty is lost to us all. I believe we are called to do better. To do better, we need to use a different lens. Rather than the one that divides us, we need one that unites us. We need to use the lens of justice as we hold discussions and make decisions that impact both majority and minority groups of students and employees in our school community. I believe we are called to do better. Martin Luther King stated, "It is not possible to be in favor of justice for some people and not in favor of justice for all people." What is justice? Justice is equality, fairness, and access. The characteristics of justice are compassion, empathy, respect for the essential dignities of all persons. The lenses of justice brings into focus the discrepancies of fair and equitable treatment of all groups of individuals. The central question is, are benefits and burdens equally and fairly distributed? Is not tolerance an acceptable burden to be shared in order to allow all to be treated with dignity and afforded the benefit of equality, fairness, and access in our school community? We must do better. Thank you. Oh, and please support collective bargaining.
Thank you, Matthew. That concludes our public forum. If it is the will of the board, we will take a 10-minute break. Does that sound agreeable? Okay, 10 minutes. Walls.
Up on the hill.
Lord, is she-
Miss Lori Walls, you're being summoned.
there she is out there. I love your pumpkin roll.
Oh, I closed my.
Okay. We are now to the consent items. I don't have my computer, but I'm assuming I'm in the right place.
You are.
If no one wishes to move an item out of consent, we will consider those items approved.
I just wanted to say thank you for the donations.
I was going to say the same thing. It's very generous.
Yes.
We're not allowed to say anything more than that, right?
You say the amount.
Was it $10,000?
Yeah, it's in
Yes.
the,
Yes, we received a $10,000 donation.
from Daniel Edwards for CPS
Go ahead, say
playground
it,
equipment.
because I don't have it opened up,
Yeah.
so.
For CPS playground equipment in memory of Violet Edwards. So very generous.
Thank you to Mr. Edwards and the Edwards family.
And Master Taylor Entertainment is donating lighting and audio equipment estimated at $8,300 in value to BHS for homecoming, prom, and other events. So also, thank you.
Awesome.
Yes, it takes community.
That's right. Takes a village. So, we are up to payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of the bills? A payment? Oh, I don't know what's wrong with me tonight.
So
I
moved.
cannot get my words out.
Second.
Ms. Drake, will you call the roll? Please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. Do I have a motion to acknowledge receipt of the financial summary report for September?
So moved.
May I have a roll call, please, Ms.
Ms.
Drake?
Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton? Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. We are now up to the business meeting portion of our evening. The transportation feasibility study. Do you want to introduce that, Dr. Whitaker, please?
I would love to. So tonight we have with us Mr. Eddie Walters and Mr. Mark Husband, and they are going to present to us the transportation feasibility study. As a reminder, this originated from the before and after school daycare action plan from the poverty objective of the MCPS strategic plan. We want to thank you guys for your work.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. She actually kind of introduced our second slide here a little bit. I did want to give you the specific result statement from the strategic plan. Transportation options will be offered for after-school activities, including but not limited to sports, clubs, and tutoring. The county will conduct a feasibility study to provide cost, options, and a plan for before and after-school transportation of elementary and secondary students. The study will determine where after-school buses are needed and the cost. So that is what Eddie and I are here to do this evening.
Good evening. So we started with some data collection. So our process was we collected data from the winter, spring, the 21-22 activity buses that we ran last year. We collected the trip data and we did a cost analysis and we noted route timing. Second, we surveyed elementary principals as well as bus drivers. Third, we did a route analysis of two different types of routes. We looked at routes that drop students off at home versus centralized stops. And last, we did analysis of current transportation department staffing.
As we went through this process, we certainly came up with a number of benefits for this type of plan. Equitable access to after-school activities is an obvious benefit and one of the largest ones. The ability to expand school programming beyond the current school day. Some example ideas that came from our elementary principals and administrators in that survey included opportunities for tutoring, clubs such as chess club, Lego club, music, robotics, running, STEM, and even 4-H, and even the idea of intramural sports at the elementary level.
So we looked at what some of the challenges that we could find with this, the activity run. And first would be obviously the bus driver shortage. Next, well, right now MCPS is currently short 9 regular route drivers. Also, activity route bus drivers would divert from athletic routes. Some of the other challenges that we looked at were costs. The average daily cost per rider for the 109 days that we ran the activity bus last year was $74.30. And if you look at the table below, you can see the breakdown per strand on what it cost per student. So we had a total cost for the 21-22 school year was $55,443.76. With an increased health insurance cost for the 22-23 school year of $30,000 for a total of $85,443.76.
And just real quick, can I clarify? That was secondary students last year only, correct?
Correct. So we did want to present options moving forward. As the strategic plan outlined, we wanted to give a wide variety of options. The first option, and these are expansion cost estimates. So this slide is secondary only, be a continuation of last year where we did only middle school and high schools. This is secondary only routes with routes to homes. One of the big challenges for our bus drivers was that they would show up at, say, 5:30 at the middle school or the high school, not knowing which students were going to get on their bus and coming up with routes on the fly. When we calculated miles plus labor, if to do it for a full year, we're looking at approximately $99,000. Health insurance costs, as you know, continue to go up. For 4 drivers would be an additional $36,000. Secondary only routes to home for a full year would be $135,000 is our estimate. If we looked at secondary only centralized stops, miles plus labor, $72,000. You can see there's some cost savings there in the amount of time the drivers are actually on the clock, as well as the number of miles that the buses are operating. And health insurance costs remain the same. Secondary only centralized stops would, we estimate, $108,000. The more robust plan would be an elementary and secondary centralized stops. In order to make this happen, some of the information we got from our elementary principals is the sweet spot seems to be about 3 days per week is the preference between all of our elementary principals. Not necessarily 5 days, but 3 days per week seems to be the best for them. And so we took the different schools. Eddie looked at routes and timing and how long it would take to pick up and drop off students. We did 6 additional combined routes: Gilbert Lincas and Harding, Kipps and Margaret Beeks, Price's Fork had its own, CPS and CES together, and then FBES and BES each had their own routes. The cost for these, miles plus labor with elementary at 3 days per week and secondary at 5 days per week, was $185,000. Health insurance costs at this point, we estimate would be 10 additional employees that would go from the part-time to a full-time and be qualified for health insurance costs, would be an additional $90,000. Secondary and elementary centralized stops together, about $275,000. There are items that we're not able to put a dollar figure on. Funding for stipends for additional clubs. Those ideas that we had for elementary, really great ideas that the principals and administrators at the elementary level were excited to implement. Difficult for us to put an actual dollar figure on stipends for teachers to run those clubs, those sports, and those activities. Funding for equipment and supplies for those added activities. And then one of the things that, I'll be quite honest, I didn't think of was at the elementary level, we probably want to provide snacks for students and drinks, because if they're not getting home until late, they're getting on the bus at 5:30. Some of them, it might take an hour or so. That's a really late dinner, and they might have had lunch as soon as 11 a.m. So providing snacks and drinks after school as well. Eddie previously mentioned impact on athletic routes. If the bus bus drive shortage continues into 23-24, and then the impact on non-MCPS bus rental requests. So outside organizations will sometimes contact us and ask us to provide transportation, whether that be we put it in as part of a grant opportunity, or we cover that cost to help them, or if they even pay us back, just having enough drivers in order to do that. The fact that we would already be running our own routes would limit our ability to work with outside groups after school. Is there any additional information that we may have overlooked that would assist you in future decision making?
The number of students, I guess on slide 6, there was a cost. If I can get it to come up. Yeah.
Was this 6?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So was the cost determined by the number of students or the frequency? How did you come up with those figures?
So we took total costs and divided by the number of students that rode in each community, just to give a better understanding of kind of the breakdown of what was costing per student.
Okay, so that means in Eastern Montgomery, there were less students?
There were a lot of students, and then again, one of the challenges financially, in order to offer this program, especially at the secondary level, we were offering it every single day, 5 days a week. At the smaller schools, there weren't students showing up every single day, but we needed that consistency so that if there was a student there, they had a ride home. So in the Eastern Montgomery Strand, they actually averaged 0.19 students. And that's why that number is so high on a per student basis, because there were many times where a bus driver was driving to Eastern Montgomery High School and they were sitting there for a little while. Eddie had to guarantee that person 2 hours for them to sign up for that shift. They would sit there for 20, 30 minutes. No students would be there to be driven home. They would drive back to the transportation to the bus garage, drop the bus back off. And those were miles and labor that was burned, unfortunately.
Do you have the numbers of the ridership?
Total riders? I have total riders in front of me, 1,150.
For each of the locations, each of the communities?
I do. I don't have that in front of me at the moment, but I'd be glad to
What
provide
was
it
the
to you.
total number?
1,150.
Over 109 days.
Correct. Across all.
Is that rider days? Or
Yes, I'm sorry, yes. The 109 days is the number of days that we provided this after-school bus
no,
ride.
the 11, what is it, 1,100?
1,150 is the number of riders that were on the buses total,
We average 10 riders a day. 10 riders
across
a day.
4 strands.
Across four strands, 10 riders a day.
Yeah.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
are these full-size buses?
It can't be the special ed buses, because you don't know how many's going to get on the
I
bus.
didn't think it was. I was just assuming, so it just.
Yeah, so yeah, full-size buses.
That's not a lot of,
I
10
think
people over four communities.
I think for me, this is something that, I mean, I think it's great that it's in our, that it's something we're aspiring to. To me, the biggest obstacle, I mean, obviously the cost is definitely an issue, but the biggest obstacle is, you know, what, was it Jason Lawrence? What he was telling us. I mean, that not having the drivers is kind of a non-starter for me. But I do, I mean, and I don't think that we should run off and do anything with this at this I'm not trying to give any directives, but I do think we should keep thinking about creative ways to do something like that, you know, to meet that need if it is there. Because if it's even 5 kids at a school, you know, it's 5 different kids that can maybe play sports when they couldn't.
It would cost less to hire an Uber.
Well, that's what I was saying. So that's, I'm not.
No, seriously.
When I say,
I don't mean
say
that the joke really,
creative,
more
well,
just that's kind of.
Other than the safety issue.
well, there is a safety issue, but there's also, I mean, there are some solutions that we can't necessarily, we can facilitate. We don't necessarily have to offer them or run them ourselves. And, you know, making access to, parent carpools or something like that maybe could even help. I don't know. I have in the past thrown out the idea of talking to the town of Blacksburg or BT about maybe adding a stop. I know that at this time that would only serve one strand, but it is our largest strand. And I think we could, if that's successful, we could even follow up, because I don't even know all the different buses. I was going to say the two-town trolley and other things. I know they run a bus to Christiansburg too. I don't know the feasibility of how that would help. So again, leveraging other existing infrastructure to, to help. But I do appreciate this analysis. I mean, it's still worthwhile to have a number put on this.
Yeah, I think I can speak for, I think,
You can't, I'm sorry, you can't have conversation from the audience. I'm sorry.
I think one of the areas that both Eddie and I were disappointed at was when we looked at those centralized stop options. I think when we started that research, we really felt like there'd be a bigger cost savings than there really was in the end. And so that was one of the challenges.
I got just some basic questions just to help me get my head around this. So when it comes to drivers driving these kind of routes, or even our athletic routes or any of that kind of stuff, I assume these are bus drivers who are normally driving our normal routes, and they're picking up extra hours in order to do this, right? Do they get paid extra for these extra hours, or is it just, okay? And so is this like an attractive kind of gig that folks kind of want generally, or not necessarily, or it depends?
It depends.
Okay.
Yeah, my mom was a school bus driver, and there were times that she was interested in that and times that she wasn't, and it wasn't driven by money.
Yeah, sure, right, yeah.
It really wasn't driven by money. It was driven by her love of wanting to do that with the kids.
Now, I was thinking about the band competitions. I mean, we've been in Harrisonburg, we've been at Salem, and those are MCPS drivers that are out to the wee hours. They're 3 buses just for Blacksburg, right? And I'm sure other schools are doing that as well. So it's a lot of time that they're putting in doing that, right? Now, I assume they're getting paid for it, but it's not always easy, right? So this would just add more to that. Right.
Yeah, we've worked with the athletic directors to really try to push out to our coaches that this is an opportunity, that if they do want to get their CDL, that they could drive a bus. We've got volunteer coaches that are on the buses already, that they could get the CDL and actually be paid for driving the bus to and from away games. That might be a way to help our staffs, and then also help Eddie and his bus drivers, especially when it comes around to spring sports. We've got so many different sports going different directions. So hopefully that takes off and alleviates some of that stress. Yep.
Especially, can we use for ones who don't have their CDL, Eddie, could they still get it through our bus program?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
How do you get your CDL? What does a CDL training require?
So you have to complete, we complete the DOE training, which is 24 hours of classroom, 12 hours of behind the wheel without students, and 12 hours behind the wheel with students. That's the minimum. Of course, you have to pass the physical, DOE physical. We actually we're third-party testers with the DMV, so we can actually administer the road skills test ourselves. We can do the written test. We got our certification for that when COVID first started. But right now, with the DMVs being back open, we're just sending people to do the written test there.
Otherwise, they have to go to Westville.
Yeah.
That's the closest place to get your CDL.
And we pay them for the training, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do we, since you're talking about it, do we extend that to teachers too, if they run a club or something like that?
Yes, we actually just, I met with Amanda Widener to set up some sort of parameters because we have had some interest from teachers as well as coaches. So currently it costs us somewhere around in the neighborhood of about $1,200 to $1,500 to train someone because we have to obviously pay our trainers.
Sure.
So we've set up some parameters, and we've reached back out to those coaches and teachers, and we've asked that if you could do 15 trips, so that way it's kind of beneficial for both of us, and we still have a few people that are still interested. So we have seen some interest.
I did also want to add, maybe potentially, I'm not sure how much it is the cost to maintain the school bus, but potentially getting smaller vehicles such as passenger vans. I think the CDL is up to 16 people, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't need a CDL if you're driving under 16 people. And that could be an option for like Eastmont, for example, or since we only had 10 riders per day, if we got smaller vehicles such as passenger vans.
Sure.
That's great.
Yeah,
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, I do think that's a great.
I was thinking the same thing of a van instead of.
Can we we're not allowed to
we have
15
regulations.
passengers. Yeah.
Well,
It's a great
16
idea,
passengers.
though.
Has to be 12
We're just
or
not
16.
allowed, yeah.
We're not allowed as a school system to own or operate 12 or 16 passenger vans.
Are there any other smaller vehicles that we would be allowed to operate?
Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, it's
I'm sure
their
there's
rollover
Tippage.
and
Yeah.
tippage, things like that.
Liability,
Yeah,
okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
But I applaud you. I see a future in human resources for you. Or management.
Eddie, are there any other options for us, like to transport students besides like a large school bus? Any other smaller vehicles?
Minivans.
Minivan.
Okay.
Also, maybe potentially limousine.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
Hey, we joked that it might have been cheaper to do the limo, yeah.
We can resurrect the hoopty.
He'd hoopty ride back.
Same space as the passenger van.
I knew I should have got rid of my van.
Thank you, guys.
One other thing, I just wanted to just give you guys a couple of updates. So we are going to move forward with the purchase of 8 new school buses with the money that was appropriated from the Board of Supervisors. So we're getting ready to do that. Also, within a few weeks, we should have all 4 electric school buses on the road. Our facilities department has been hard at work installing our chargers at various schools. So we should have them on the road. Once we get them out there, we are going to collect data and take a look at the bus use and efficiency of the electric school buses versus the diesel. And we will report back to you all before we purchase any more electric buses.
Another quick
What
question, Eddie.
are they like maintenance-wise? Sorry.
Maintenance-wise,
Yeah.
there's a little bit less maintenance, but this is new territory for us.
Sure.
So our technicians did have to,
Get
get some new
specifically
training
trained.
and things like that. There are things that are specific to, the dealer where we buy them from. So there are things that we would have to send them back to the dealership for to be repaired. But yeah, it's a little bit different.
Sure.
How old do you have to be to get a CDL?
18 is technically when you can, but we have,
Yeah, we have policies in terms of secondary kids, you have to be at least 21. And then 2, we just kind of feel the best recommendation is 21 for bus driving. It's certainly something we could consider, but, having more than a year and a half practice seems like a really great idea for school buses. Nobody would have wanted me driving a bus now, much less when I was 18.
I don't know, $20 an hour.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. And I do want to, and Mark, you're doing a great job as well, but I really want to applaud Eddie and his team. They're doing an outstanding job. I know I keep saying this, but I want to make sure to be mindful and continue to bring it in front of the board and the public that transportation is one of our top problems as a school division right now. It doesn't get as much attention, but it is absolutely one of the top concerns that we talk about in the school board office on a regular basis.
So, glad you're still walking around. So, I know sometime tonight we heard how many drivers we were down. Was that 9?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that means 5 of our techs, is that what was right? Are everyday driving routes.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens if we have 2 of our technicians who are also out and we can reroute, I know with the computer system, but at some point, at what point will we look at, we can't get kids to school today?
I've been asked this before. It's hard to put an exact number on it. I know that we've had as high recently as 13 routes where I was out driving, Russell was driving, Jason was driving, all the technicians were driving. There was the one particular day where we did have to, I believe it was a morning route, that we did have to double up. We need drivers. So, you know, it honestly just depends on the day and, you know, who we have out. You know, I could say 14, but typically on a daily basis, we're 10, 11 routes that we're staffing with, you know, full-time staff.
And we are working on some additional things, as Eddie shared, he's working with Ms. Widener on staffing, and then we are also working with, Dr. Wickham is working with our instructional staff to see what we can do in conjunction with Dr. Johnson. We're going to create a behavior matrix for our buses, because we hear a lot of the turnover is related to that behavior. So we have asked our principals to help us problem solve, identifying those routes with the highest number of referrals and the highest turnover, so that perhaps we can ask our schools to help us. You know, truly, it's additional people we need. It's impossible almost for a bus driver to manage behind them and also watch the road. And so it is people that we need on buses. People cost money, but at the same time, losing staff costs us money as well, because we continue to train individuals and they're excited, but it's hard to do. We also talked about the idea of splitting routes so that those hardest routes, maybe you drove in the morning and not in the afternoon, and maybe sharing some routes. So we are trying to explore, but we absolutely are happy to take ideas, because we've got to think outside the box to get additional staff in.
Okay, thank you, guys. We are now up to the Gifted Advisory Committee.
Yes, today we have the proposed 2023 committee membership for the Gifted Advisory Committee. It's presented for your consideration. I would like to commend the Gifted Advisory Committee for their work on trying so hard to create an advisory panel that was within the guidelines that you all set forward for them. It is difficult, and they've worked really hard towards that task, so I want to applaud them for that. And this will be brought back to the board for approval at the November 1st meeting, but they're here if you have questions.
Oh, so it's not for approval this evening?
I don't believe so. Did you have it?
I have it on here as for approval. For the committee membership?
Yeah. My notes could be wrong. We usually bring it once and we approve it the second time, but.
Never mind.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay. Next we have the VSBA Bullying Prevention Month.
Absolutely. So in an effort, and we apologize it wasn't earlier in the month, but as you know, we postponed, in an effort to promote awareness of bullying, sorry, my computer's just went offline. In an effort to promote awareness of school bullying, the VSBA Board of Directors designates October as VSBA Bullying Prevention Month. The attached resolution indicates the support of Bullying Prevention Month and of bullying prevention activities. I also would note as well to make sure families and students are aware of our anti-bullying policies. It alarms me sometimes it alarms me greatly. Sometimes the things that I read that our students are saying to one another and the way that they are treating each other. And so I want to make sure that parents and students are aware that they can report that, and we will investigate those concerns. We can't help if we are not aware. And so please share that, report it, because we cannot tolerate bullying, and it has a significant impact on the mental health of our students. All right. Next, we have for you, if you're.
I'm sorry, we didn't.
I think we have to make a
vote,
motion.
yeah. There you go.
Does anyone wish to make a motion regarding the Bullying Prevention Month resolution?
I motion that we accept the Bullying Prevention Month
Resolution.
Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Drake, will you please take the roll?
Ms. Bond? Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
And I apologize, I didn't note it earlier. We also had there for you the list of activities that the schools are doing, so please take time to review that as well.
Okay, next up, we have policy 5-1.6, employee behavior in online environments.
Correct. This policy is presented tonight at the second time for your approval. Adjustments in this policy provide an additional layer of clarity and protection for staff, in addition to providing the district a way to curate social media posts by staff. It has been adjusted since the last reading to reflect the request of the board to remove undermine supervisory authority from the second paragraph. Ms. Drake is here to address any questions you have regarding that policy.
Okay, do we have any comments from the group?
I think for me, I'm going to be voting no, not necessarily because I'm opposed to the policy or all of the changes. I do still have some reservation about some of the wording, and we did ask legal counsel about that. And I think as I predicted, legal counsel, there's leeway there for how the wording can be, and they obviously will try to pick wording that is, the most friendly to management in this case, and which isn't a bad thing. I mean, we are the management, but I've seen some concerns, and I think that it would be. I do agree with the sentiment and request to hold off on anything that's not absolutely needed at this time. We're getting a new superintendent in 6 weeks, and I'd hate to have to go back and revisit these things. So I would probably advocate to at least hold off on this. I think if nothing else, it would, once we've had another set of eyes on it and some discussion, it would probably, people would gain confidence, I think, and I think that that's probably important right now.
Any other comments?
I guess I'd echo that. I do appreciate some of the changes that were made based on the comments that we had at our last meeting, which was good, but there's still a couple of statements in here that are overly broad, I believe. And I know, we've talked through cases where we absolutely want this policy to cover that stuff, and the broadness of these statements will certainly do that. But I also think that there are other cases that would also be caught up in this that maybe would be unintended. So I'd be more in favor of, in particular, the statement about compromising work relationships and access only as a part of their official responsibilities as CPS employees. I'd love to see those statements a little more narrowly defined in order to capture the stuff that we really care about there. And there's always like how broad is too broad, how narrow is too narrow. But so I'd have a hard time voting for this as is either.
Other comments? Penny, you have anything? I will, Brenda, what's it called when you put something on hold? Tabling? Yeah, I feel like I think after we just had an opportunity this evening to talk to our attorney regarding the policy, so it's the first time we got to hear any feedback. It would be nice to be able to look at the policy with a little closer eye another time. I'm concerned that the timing of it's a little, it feels off. And I would like to see us possibly table it for now. So I'm not saying I don't want to vote no. That's not what I want to, I want to vote, can we table it?
I think it's very disrespectful to table it at this point.
I
think it's disrespectful to our current administration.
And I think we need to continue business. We can't keep waiting. And I understand big decisions. We've got a new superintendent coming, but this is business.
Right.
This is what we are elected to do. And sometimes we just have to make the hard decisions, and not everybody's going to agree with it. And I'm sorry, but this is the second reading on this, and it is up for approval, so we need to, I call for the vote.
And I second that. And because I agree, we ask people to step into positions so that we could keep moving and do the things that we need to be doing, and then just to say, no, we gotta wait, we have to wait on everything. No, that.
I think you misinterpreted what I said, that we talked to our attorney. I'd like to look at it again with a closer eye now that we've had an opportunity to hear what our attorney says. So I
can see Ms. Drake. I'm sorry, because I think there's been something on the
There's a
table,
motion.
correct? Yes.
And a second.
Has there been a
I
motion?
believe that Ms. Bond was calling the question.
I did.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I need a formal motion.
And I second
That
it.
is.
Okay, could we?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, time out. I'm running the meeting, okay? Thank you. Brenda.
Folks were just trying to.
I know, but I understand that they're trying to understand, so I am asking Brenda to help clarify it.
Bullying
I
at
don't
its
need
best.
5 people talking at the same time.
We
talk-
have people talking at the same time all the time.
So let's continue to do that, because it's wrong, so let's just keep doing the wrong thing.
Remind you of that, too.
Well, thank you, Penny, I appreciate that.
No problem.
Brenda,
Bullying
could you
at its
please,
best.
and could you also, could we just really, I hear these, you're so rude, and you're being disrespectful, yet I'm talking, and you're both talking over me. So who's the rude one and who's the disrespectful one? Just me when I do it? I've asked Brenda a question, and I would like Brenda to answer the question. And that's my job as the chair.
And they were actually speaking before you asked Brenda.
Penny, would you like to be the chair?
And I've told you no.
Well, then, let me be the chair.
I get to, as a board member, also have.
Brenda, could you please
What's
answer
going
my
on.
question for me?
And correct. when
Brenda,
people are
please
being
answer my
demeaned.
question for me.
So what I heard was Ms. Bond calling for the question. I thought what I heard from Ms. Franklin was possibly a second to that.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay.
Yes.
What is the actual motion?
So calling the question, it ceases discussion and immediately goes to a vote. There's no debate on calling the question, right? And calling the question has to pass by a 2/3 vote. On a board of 7 people, 2/3 of the vote is 5 people. 5 people have to agree to call the question.
Okay.
At the point that that happens, again, there is no further vote or no further discussion. You move straight into a vote on the matter at hand.
Thank you,
That
Brenda.
helpful?
I appreciate that. That's something we haven't done before, so I think that was very helpful. So what do I need to do to make that happen?
We have
Anything?
a motion and a second. If I am interpreting
To
correctly
call
what
it
I
into
heard,
question.
Call the question. So
Okay,
that would
then.
do a roll call vote. And it
May I have a roll?
5 to pass.
Okay, please call the roll.
Ms. Bond? Mr. Trevacca?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
No.
Ms. Parton? Ms. Cass?
No. Motion does not pass.
Am I
So-
correct? That was the motion to vote, correct? Yes.
Calling the
So
question.
That was just
I make-
calling in the question. That was
Okay.
not the.
So I make a motion to approve the policy.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, now we can have discussion.
Actually,
Now we have
So
discussion.
I do want to say, in response to Ms. Graham about this issue of respectful and disrespectful, disagreeing with staff is, if that's what happens, is part of our duties. That's part of our job. And if I disagree with the lawyer can give me information, and it's up to the school board to decide how we want to vote on things. So I take exception at this idea that if I disagree with somebody on our staff, whether it's the lawyer or a superintendent or any other staff, that I'm somehow being disrespectful. I don't think that's part of the job description.
And I'd like to add on to that. I agree with Mr. Trevacca. I don't think because I have a question about something and that I might want to reconsider whether we should vote on something, I don't see how that is very disrespectful. And that is a term that seems to get thrown about quite a bit. about what is, and maybe that's something we need to have a long talk about this weekend, because I don't think that just because you disagree with somebody means you're being disrespectful.
I meant that regarding the fact that we wanted to hold off for another
But I don't,
superintendent.
no, and I never said I wanted to hold this off for another superintendent. There are things I do think we need to hold off for another superintendent, because I think they're really big issues that are to the forefront right now. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I'd like to I wanted to think about it a little bit more now that we talked more about it. I did not feel like I was in a place to vote on it yet. That's why. I never said it had anything to do with waiting for the next superintendent.
I
And-
did.
And even if it did, there you go. And
I
even
mean,
if
I made that
even
comment,
if it
but I
did,
think
that's not disrespectful. That's just an opinion. Are we not allowed to have differing opinions? I think if we're going to work together as a board, yeah, respecting other people's opinions is really important.
I'm pretty sure we got a request from our incoming superintendent to refrain from voting for policy decisions unless they were time sensitive, and this is not. So, I mean,
Actually, I got clarification from him on that. I emailed him back and got clarification.
And
There was
I
nothing
tried.
specific that he meant on that.
Yes, no. Then I have talked to him at length, and he has sent emails regarding this. And so at this point, I don't think we should be voting on anything unless it's emergent. The email that he sent to us said, and you know what, Marty, you can get all the clarification you want, but who's the board chair?
Oh, and that means you as board chair make all the decisions for the
No,
full board?
I don't make any of the decisions. I can't.
It sounds like that's what you're
Really?
trying to
Well,
do right now.
no, but I don't think that Marty can go and talk to him and then come in here and say, well, this is what he said, so I'm sorry, you're wrong. And this is what it's going to be because I said so, because I spoke to Dr. Bergen.
I didn't
Reagan.
say
But
that
I thought that's
at
what you
all.
just said, too.
No, I'm just saying that no. All I know, Penny, is that we got an email from Dr. Bergen. And that email from Dr. Bergen asked us to hold off. That's what Linwood is talking about. That's what Mark is talking about, that we hold off on voting on anything that wasn't crucial. That is what he said. And if in fact that is not what he meant, then I think we need we do need to clarify that with him
And we
find out.
all need that clarification, and it either
Not just one
comes,
person.
it either comes to us all, or it comes through the chair, which is the proper channel, and I think
Well,
that's where.
If it comes through the chair, and the email that we got was very vague, it didn't specify anything that he wanted us to hold off on or wait to have a conversation with him, because I tried to connect with him too yesterday to get some clarification on exactly what he was referring to, and we weren't able to do that. But it was just very vague. It was just like, what? Hold off? Don't do business?
That's not what he
not
said.
what he said.
He said, I know some ongoing concerns in the division and have had a few conversations with Dr. Whitaker and Sue Cass. While discussing these issues, it was apparent that many are significant and will have longstanding implications for the division and its leadership. With this in mind, I would like to ask that the final decision be postponed except for those that warrant immediate action until I can begin on December 1st, 2022. I respectfully ask that we discuss this topic at the board retreat scheduled to start next Friday. Thank you for your time and consideration. That was a very professional response from him. He wants to talk about it this Friday. So I think if we want to be respectful, we should be respectful to our new superintendent who has I don't think that's not vague.
So I will share, I do think it would be good to speak with him. I spoke with him personally, and he said not to remove the items that were on the current agenda. I asked him to provide clarity of what he was requesting to the board. But I can't speak for him.
Right.
But I will tell you that I said, what do you want that's on this agenda to come off? And he told me not to remove items.
Well, because he's letting us decide what to do. And he's asked us.
I think we should.
Isn't there a motion and a second on the?
Yeah.
Okay, discussion's over. Ms. Drake? Roll, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Nope.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
No. Motion passes. Okay, licensed personnel evaluation revision?
This policy is presented for approval. As part of the evaluation process, our policy needed to be revised to reflect the 8 standards. There were previously 7 standards. And with the additional standard, the change in percentage, each standard will count towards, in changing those percentages, that they will count towards the employee's summative evaluation score. Mr. Knott is here to address any questions you have regarding this policy.
I motion that we approve the revisions to policy 5-4.5 as presented.
Do I have a second? Ms. Drake, roll call, please. Or actually, I'm sorry, discussion? He likes it here, he wants to stay.
They have been told that they could leave as
Oh,
early
okay.
as
We
9
weren't
o'clock.
sure,
I know.
so Mark wanted to let him
My
in.
phone's blowing up again, I promise. We're working.
He likes it here. Okay, any discussion? Ms. Drake, roll, please.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
No.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
No.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
No.
4 in favor.
And then I'm going to ask a side note. Dr. Wickham, if you will take responsibility for texting Ms. Drake, if there's something, so that maybe you don't, is it the group that's texting? Would that help
I
you?
have Do not disturb on my phone.
Okay, okay.
And there are certain, like, 4 people who can get through it, because I can't do that and do.
Sure,
the
that's why
job.
I was trying to,
Yeah.
if someone needed to share, so, because I know the staff is trying to be helpful, but it might be overwhelming. Yeah.
Okay, next we're up to policy 7-3.1, student code of conduct approval.
This policy is presented for approval tonight with your second reading. As part of the policy revision process for the 22-23 year, this was assessed by the Code of Conduct Committee to make sure that the policy is aligned with legislative updates and mandates from the Virginia Department of Education and model guidance for positive and preventative code of conduct policy and alternatives to suspension. Dr. Johnson is here this evening to address any questions you have.
I motion to approve the revisions to policy 7-3.1 as presented.
Ms. Drake, could you, I keep forgetting this part. Do we have any discussion or any questions for Dr. Johnson? I have one question. Is this an annual? You can just answer from there, Dr. Johnson. Save yourself having to stand, unless you want to stand up and stretch. Is this something we do on an annual basis, or is there, what made us decide to do this?
This is based on legislative updates from the state, as well as policy changes requested from the VDOE in reference to model guide. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
That's what I was going to say. It's a legal recommendation as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
No.
Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Nope.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
5 in favor.
Suspension and expulsion. Policy 7-3.2.
And I would reread the same statement, but it is essentially the same thing for the last policy. This is to update in regards to new legislation as well as the model policies.
I motion to approve the revisions to policy 7-3.2 as presented.
Second.
May I have a roll, please?
Did you want discussion, Ms. Cass?
Oh.
We're helping each other. We're helping each other.
You know what, I
It's
guess
okay.
I'm like, let's go. Yes, discussion, anybody? Go ahead.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca? Ms. Franklin? Yes. Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Okay.
And I did want to share, Ms. Bond, you asked a great question, which was in regards to legal. I think it's good for the community to know that every policy goes to council for review before we bring it forward for the first reading. So that is a step in every policy review process that we do. I think Mr. Chewbacca gives great points that, the guidance and things that they give us, but I do think it's important for everybody to know we never bring them to the school board without having passed them through our council first. Next up, we have Dr. Wickham, and she is going to provide for us, as requested by the school board at the last school board meeting, an overview of the revised policies before you tonight. Not at the last meeting, I'm sorry. This one was requested, I believe, by Ms. Franklin when she said, could we do a presentation when we have new policies going forward? So Dr. Wickham, it is Dr. Dr. Wickham's here to provide you an overview of the policies that are here for a first reading tonight.
I answer by both. So the three policies we're bringing forward tonight for a first reading are all impacted by a new law that requires school boards to adopt policies concerning instructional materials with sexually explicit content. As you can see here, school boards are required to implement these policies, adopt and implement these policies by January 1st. So the first policy, and let me clarify, this particular slide speaks to the instructional materials with sexually explicit content, the model policy. So the first policy is regarding school libraries. The policy overview governs the curation of library materials, clarifies that library materials are not curriculum materials, not approved curriculum materials, and provides opportunity for review, challenge, and reconsideration of library materials. The purpose for this revision is to clarify the difference between library and curriculum materials, align this with the proposed revisions to the other policies that we're bringing forward tonight, add sections related to the selection of books and resources for the school library per our lead librarians in the division, and add process for review, challenge, and reconsideration again of library materials, once again per our lead librarians' recommendations. The outline of changes: the Library Media Center is no longer an accurate description of school libraries. Selection criteria aligned with the American Association of School Libraries, you'll see that. And again, that request for reconsideration of library materials.
And I would like to thank our librarians for their work on that. I believe we started last March, was this policy. They came to me and said, hey, we'd really like to look at this, and they've done a lot of work on that. So thank you all for your work.
And if you want to have somebody look at something with a careful eye, attention to detail, our lead librarians, they are your ladies. So policy overview related to textbooks and instructional materials. This policy provides an overview of regulations governing textbook adoption. It clarifies the required elements of textbook adoption process. It establishes a process for reviewing and approving textbooks that are not on the state-approved list, clarifies the difference between primary and supplemental instructional materials, establishes a process for reviewing and approving novels and other fictional material to be used as primary instructional materials, and defines sexually explicit content and establishes requirements for parent notification as per the model policy. So again, the purpose, it's that model policy, again, clarifying the difference between primary and supplemental, and establishing clear processes for the adoption of textbooks that are not on the pre-approved list, and then making sure that those local adoption processes are aligned with what's required by the state. So again, textbooks and instructional materials, looking at what the Code of Virginia defines as textbooks, print or electronic media for student use that serves as the primary curriculum for a subject or a course. Again, the school board may adopt books that are not on that state-adopted list, and this policy, again, will speak to that selection as required by the state. Primary instructional materials, again, making sure that that's aligned with the Code of Virginia, contain the core curriculum and constitute the fundamental and essential instructional components of a course of study, serve as the primary curriculum basis, and again, must be approved by the school board through a formal process. Also, again, we have our local review and approval process to mirror what the state requires. Supplemental instructional materials. Materials used by students under the guidance of teachers to extend, expand, and supplement primary instructional materials. Teachers are encouraged with this policy to use a variety of instructional materials at the appropriate levels. Teachers have the responsibility for this selection use of supplemental materials. And materials that are supplemental would include things such as magazines, newspaper articles, charts, and so forth. And again, this addresses the sexually explicit content model policy. There's a piece in there that requires notification in writing to parents. Complaints regarding instructional materials and learning resources. This clarifies the procedure for challenging controversial instructional materials and learning resources. And the form that's involved with this includes a specific requirement for sexually explicit content, as well as some additional revised questions. So the purpose for this, more convenient for parents to find this policy. That we've revised the language in the policy to clarify that parents have the right to request reconsideration of materials for reasons other than materials being considered sensitive or controversial, and revise the form to include its use for reconsideration of library materials. So outline, so this was already, there was a statement here in policy 2-2.7 regarding parents' right to inspect and review materials. So it's also addressed here because it fits with this policy, again, making it easier for parents to find and updating that form to challenge materials.
And before questions, I just want to tell you all what's coming next on the agenda. So we've got the two policies, and then Mr. Pauly is going to present to you the timeline that you had requested for the approval of instructional materials, and within that is also the timeline for these policies. And so some of them are how we would gather stakeholder feedback, things like that. So that would help you when he gets forward to show some of those things as well.
Dr. Whitaker, would it be possible for us to discuss 6-5.2 before the other two? I know our librarians are here and it's getting late, and
I don't have a problem with that. They have school in the morning.
my understanding is they've been very involved in all
They
of
have
this.
been.
And they feel good about this, and I would like to be able to let them go home.
I agree with you.
Unless they want to stay, of course. They're always invited to stay.
Yes, they've done an exceptional job of collaborating, and we really appreciate their work on it.
So if we
Do we
could
need to move the
go-
agenda, or is it fine?
So then basically, we're just going to policy 6-5.2, first reading, discussing that. If there's anybody has any comments or questions for either Dr. Wickham or for our lead librarians who are in the audience. And then if not, then we can move on to the others. Anybody?
I'm wondering, just out of curiosity, a few years back, we kind of moved from, in terminology, we went from library to media center, and now in our policy, we're striking out media center and going back to libraries. So could somebody explain that one to me? Is this a legal technicality, or?
We ask these experts almost the same
There you
questions, so
go.
we'll have them come up and address that for you.
It's so hard not to say, come on down.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Pasick. I'm the lead secondary librarian and librarian at Blacksburg Middle School.
And I'm Debbie Hobner, the elementary lead librarian and librarian at Price's Fork Elementary.
About 10 or so years ago, the American Association of School Librarians recommended the switch back from school library media specialists to school librarians, with the idea that when you think of librarians, you think of a position that is all-encompassing. We don't have to separate out that we work just with media. And there's also been a move to take the technology that used to be stored in the library and move that out into the classrooms. And so there's less of a need to designate a specific location for media and technology. Now it is found throughout the school building.
Thank you, Dr. Pasick.
We've gotten lots of comments on some of the other policies. I don't think I've gotten a single one on this one, have we?
That's kind of why.
So, yeah.
And I don't want to speak for you, but You are good with this policy? You feel comfortable? You've been a big part of putting it together, from what I understand, so.
Librarians have had selection guidelines in place since 2016, and they have been guidelines, so approved by central office, but not brought before the board for policy. It's always best practice to revise those guidelines from time to time, and so the librarians, as part of the collective work that we do together, last year recognized that it was time for us to revise our guidelines. And when we brought them to Mr. Pauly and Dr. Wickham and Dr. Whitaker, the talk then turned to, if we have guiding principles, why not make them policy instead of just keeping them as guidelines? And so that's why you are seeing this document that the librarians have basically been using since 2016 here in front of you.
And this piece of work is a collective group work that we've done together.
Great.
So we've all had our hands in this.
I have one other question while you're here. On the topic of this new directive that we need to comply with by January, one of the comments that I think was maybe made at some point this evening was kind of a concern about resources of being able to comply and go through all your entire library and that kind of a thing. Is that a concern or something you want to talk to us about
So we,
tonight, since it's also on the agenda later?
are you asking about primary instructional materials?
No, I'm asking specifically about
I guess the supplementary materials?
No,
that you have?
yeah, about the
And sexually
identification of
explicit.
sexually explicit material and that type of a thing.
So when we have curated our collections, we are already following our guidelines and following the policies that have been outlined to you. So we are not looking at this as having to go through each item.
So you've already done it and you know where it all is. And
Well, and I think it's important to note too that within that policy, or the model policy, it's kind of a hard one, but it's for instructional materials. So if a student is going and selecting a book for private reading, they're not being made to read something. And so it doesn't apply in the same way to library materials because it's not an assignment that they're being given, right? They're going to pick a book of their own for reading. So the regulation or the model policy that's in place does not say they need to review, 10,000 books and check each one because they're not instructional materials. Their students are checking those out from the library.
Okay, thanks.
But we do review all of our materials before we put them into our collection, yes.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions? Okay.
Just
Well,
want to say thank you both for all your hard work. I know that took a lot of time, and so thank you guys for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
I also want to thank you for your patience. I know we started working together on this last spring, and then everything went crazy, and you guys were so patient with getting this back at the front of the forefront. So thank you for your patience on that.
We're extremely helpful with our writing. Talented writer.
Okay. So, sorry I switched order up on you there, but I just thought it'd be good to
Absolutely.
get that out of the way.
So next up, we have policy 6-5.5 as shared by Dr. Wickham in a presentation. This policy was revised to include information that is legally required in regards to sexually explicit content, as well as clarifying processes and procedures regarding textbooks and other instructional materials. So as a part of, both this policy and then what we were asked to bring to the board for this week with a timeline, how to do those materials, that, the policy includes that piece so that we can begin those processes as we were asked last time to bring to the board at this meeting. I'm sure there are lots of questions on this policy. I think it would be important for the public, if you're not familiar with it, if I could just give you a brief overview, which is essentially there's a variety of things that need to go into place. We have to, by the beginning of January, put this into place. It is a law, not just a policy. So the state, a law goes into place, then they give us a model policy under which we need to craft ours. Our policies can be more strict, but they cannot be less strict. And so what that policy requires is that any instructional material, and they can provide for you a little more specificity, but any material that's going to be reviewed or used by students has to be reviewed by teachers. If there's sexually explicit material, each school has to have a website where those materials are posted. Parents have to get notification 30 days prior to the use of those materials, have an opportunity to review them. If available, we have to post it online. If copyright protected, we don't have to, but other Otherwise, we have to make it available online. And if the parent objects, then the teacher has to give them a different assignment to complete or a different instructional resource to use. So that's like the big picture, all the stuff that has to happen for us for January. And sorry, I know that was a lot. I was just trying to give that concise package there.
So we are now discussing policy 6-5.5.
Yes.
First reading, so discussion.
I guess I'll start, we kind of had, had a little bit of a conversation about this previously in terms of the decision as to whether or not to include the sexually explicit content component as a part of 6.5.5, is that right?
Yes.
As opposed to having it in its own. And, independent about my thoughts about the rest of the policy, I do think there's good reason to separate these two out anyway, because the one that we're talking, sexually explicit, is legally required. It's got a timeline. It's like that alone kind of justifies its being its own thing, right? And we talked about some reasons why it might change down the road based on other political parties and other reasons, right? Now, for me, as I look at that, and I think most of that makes a lot of sense. It defines procedures and processes, and me personally, I don't have any issues with that. But I do think it probably warrants being in its own policy, and that would allow us to kind of separate the other half of the conversation, which probably has more opinions to it. But that's just my thought.
And if that was the will of the board, we could, where it starts at page, they're not page numbered, but at page 3, I think, where it just starts at the top, sexually explicit content. Is that where you all would recommend, if it was a separate policy, that would start?
Does it, well, no. It's kind of embedded, isn't it?
No.
Starts on page 3.
Yeah.
That section is.
Okay. You know what? I'm looking at her presentation. Ooh.
Yeah.
That text is it's written in a
Sorry.
different format. It's
My
not,
mistake.
it's kind of feels like we're bolting it on here. It's not even in the same language as the rest of this policy. So
I think it might be helpful for those who are listening to understand that we met with our attorney earlier today to discuss this. And one of the part of the conversation was that the sexually explicit, we had a 6-5.5 and then combined in the whole sexually explicit content piece into 6-5.5. The sexually explicit piece has a time constraint. We have to pass this by the beginning of 2023. But the other piece, the textbook adoption piece, other instructional materials, does not have a time constraint, although there's been conversation that we should have been doing this all along, and that we're trying to correct a wrong that we've been doing. But our attorney said that we don't have to combine them. The decision was made by Dr. Wickham and Mr. Pauly to combine them because they thought it made sense to do that. But as we as a group started looking at it, thought, and especially after our attorney came up with that, said that, we're like, oh, well, that might make it easier moving forward on at least that piece if we split them out. So I'm just giving clarification. Just
And
so-
Ms. Cass, I'd like to have Mr. Pauly
If you guys
clarify.
wanna-
There's one piece there that
I
we'd
got
like to
wrong?
clarify.
Okay.
Just a tiny little piece in terms of the guidance with the policy. When Mr. Pauly presented it to the attorney and was looking for guidance as to whether or not we should include it with these policies or whether or not it should be a standalone. The attorney's suggestion, not requirement, of course, but the suggestion was to include it with these policies. But Mr. Pauly, he spent hours and hours and hours of work, so I have to take a second to brag on him. But his communication was with the attorney, so I'll have him speak to that.
The short answer is there's merit to doing both. It really doesn't matter where it lands. As Ms. Cass explained, that's the part that's required. The merit for putting it with 6-5, it is hard to say, isn't it, Ms. Cass?
Well, forget the 6.
The 5-5.
5-5-5-6.
Right.
It just makes it so much easier.
The merit to putting it with 5-5 is that it has everything to do with selection of materials. But We could certainly make it a separate one. It would be in the same policy section, section 6. And actually, it would be a very easy thing to copy it and paste it, or cut it and paste it into, I believe the attorney said to call it 6-5.9.
Right. And the other thing, too, that he mentioned that, and I think Linwood alluded to that, was we're not quite sure things can change.
Yes.
And who knows, maybe you don't know. So this
I was
way-
on the fence personally, like which way to put it, but ultimately I kind of fell on the side of leaving it with 5.5, but it really doesn't have any consequence to move it to 5.9.
And I think, and I mentioned, and I'll mention it here too, that this has kind of become a little bit of a political football, and we're seeing that in some other things too, and which I don't like to see, but here we are. And so I do think that this is something that, as the political winds blow one way and the other, that we might have to go back in and touch a bunch of times. And so if we can isolate, I think one advantage of doing a 5.9 is if we can isolate the controversial part into its own number, then we only have to touch that part. So. Maybe. Yeah, right.
I never know. So 5.6 goes with 5.
Yeah, now 5.6 is actually a fairly easy one for you all to.
But it's related to the 5.
Right, so.
It could be 5.9.
No, 5.6, we've always had 5.6, which was challenge to instructional materials and learning resources.
Okay.
That was the title of the policy, but then the form was just challenging instructional materials. So we changed the form to challenging instructional materials and instructional resources to match. Plus, the initial recommendation for revisions to the form came from our lead librarians because they wanted to use the same process if anyone ever challenged library materials. So we worked on it together, and we added a caveat about sexually explicit content. The form is really a series of questions to the person doing the challenge. So one of the questions is, like, were you made aware of the sexually explicit policy based on the requirements? And then we just tweaked a couple of the questions. And I believe Dr. Whitcomb pointed out too that we took 2-2.7, which is oddly enough about surveys. We are required by the code to allow parents to inspect and review all instructional materials related to surveys and related to instruction. And
How do you define survey?
Yeah, read 227, that's what it says. Surveys and questionnaires. And so it was pointed out to me, so actually a member of the community asked me where our policy was for reviewing, a parent's review of policy, inspecting and review of instructional materials. And I was like, well, it's in 227. And it was like, well, I guess for ease of finding it, it's also related to 5.6. So we just copied and pasted it into 5.5.6 as well. And I believe the opening phrase says, like, as described in policy 2-2.7.
So they're the same.
And it's
Okay,
the
they have
exact
same
same.
language now. Okay.
Yes, in fact, the attorney was very clear about, let's not tweak it at all, let's just copy and paste it, because then when one gets revised, we just revise the other one exactly the same way. So 5.5.6 is a lot longer than it used to be, but it's because it's taking from 2.2.7 and putting that information in there and then tweaking the language and the form for the challenge of controversial material. There's also one other minor point.
Can I real quick just read that for her to answer her question? What is that? So in 2.27, it says, federal law requires that all instructional materials, including teachers' manuals, films, tapes, or other supplementary material, which will be used in connection with any survey, analysis, or evaluation as part of any applicable federal program, be made available for inspection by the parents or guardians. So that's kind of how that defines that. So in terms of federal programs, those are.
Well, then further down, it
Yeah.
says also for instructional materials. It seems like an odd place for it.
Right.
So I asked the attorney, can we just like take it out, the instructional materials part of it, and take it out and put it over there? But she felt like it was best to leave it in both places. There is one other minor tweak to 5-5.6. Again, a member of the community pointed out, that there was really no vehicle, if you will, for a community member, a parent, a student, for anyone to ask for a review or a challenge of instructional materials, even if they're not controversial, like they just want to review them and they just have some questions or want to challenge them. And so the language is tweaked a little bit for it to say, you have the right to do that as well. The form is about the controversial part, but there's a procedure in there for how to inspect and review materials that you just want to inspect and review and have questions about.
Mr. Polly.
Go ahead. No.
Are you sure?
Oh.
Okay.
Where was coming
To reiterate to Mr. Trebaka's remark, I will have to say that the political winds in the last administration blew pretty strong too for a couple
yeah.
years.
Oh,
So let's not make it all about one administration or the other. And for the question for you is, so am I to assume that in the textbooks and instructional materials that the sexually explicit is not going to compromise in that policy as well?
No. So it's perfectly a fine option to make it its own policy. All of our policies, as the attorney explained to me, we take all of our policies as a whole. And that's why, like she said, you could just leave the stuff about reviewing and inspecting instructional materials in 227. You don't have to move it over to 556 just for convenience, but you can.
Right.
So as she said, we can look at all of our policies as a whole. So putting it by itself in 559 does not in any way impact 555.
And I really don't have a preference at this point with doing it together, or I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that what we needed to have done by January 1, that was a law. If
That's
it's going to
the
have to be
section.
interpreted in the 6-5.5 policy anyway, if that's why it might have been combined, or you were just trying to be complacent and place everything in one spot just to make it easier to.
I think what you, yeah. go
Yeah, I
ahead.
think one of the things that Dr. Whitaker spoke to earlier is that with every policy like this that we put in place, then you do have to develop a process for it. So the process that Dr. Whitaker spoke to, this will take a little bit of time to get this in place with our faculty, staff, and our schools. So we do need a window before January 1st to be able to develop that process, and that's something that Mr. Pauly's been working on as well.
Ms. Parton, are you asking, though, that does the requirement to do the review through the lens of sexually explicit materials, do we have to review the materials in, say we separated them, do we still have to use that process to review the materials in 655? And the answer is yes, because they are instructional materials.
That's why it
That's
kinda
why we
makes
put them
sense
together.
to
Yeah.
Just
keep it
as we have to
together.
view them through the lens of teaching
Right.
about religion, which is a
Right.
separate policy,
Okay.
teaching about controversial issues,
Right.
separate policy, politics, separate policy. It's all part of our policies through which we vet our instructional materials, yes.
So we could separate them, but that doesn't change the work that we do. It's just where people find the policy,
Where to look
where they find the
In
information.
fact,
for that
six
clarification.
6-5.5 used to say about checking out instructional material to see that it's appropriate to the age level of children and does not contain subject matter not suitable for the public school environment, comma, such as sexually explicit material. Like, it already mentioned sexually explicit material, but that was the only mention.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
it would just reference another policy.
Gotcha. Okay. Just needed that
sense.
clarification. Thank you.
So is it the will of the board that we separate them?
That
'Cause
was
I-
going to be my next question. That might be a first step to move forward before we discuss the other stuff, but is it the will, do we need a vote on that, Brenda?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, so that, because the direction needs to be given by the
Can we
board.
just do a
so-
thumbs up? Do we have to do a roll call for that, Brenda, just to agree to have them separate? Because it's a first
We're not
reading.
voting on
We're not
this,
voting
so,
on the
yeah.
policy, so.
Poll people.
Right.
So we're just basically asking you to go back. and
That's what
come back
happens in
to us
first readings in my
and come-
experience.
So bring it, so you'll be bringing it back.
Yes, separate.
Separate as, okay.
That's what happens in
Well,
first
we,
readings.
one should poll, right? You said you would poll, yeah.
Yeah, so we can just do a poll.
If there's four.
Thumbs up?
Thumbs
Or-
up is
Well, first-
separate.
Okay, we're good. Yes.
I will separate them.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Polly and Dr. Wickham.
You guys might want to stay, though.
Come back,
Just
though,
stay.
because you are not done.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
now the fun comes.
Yes. So policy 6, we are actually on 6 now, right? 6-5.6.
We talked about that one.
Yeah, we're good on that one.
I'm sorry, I get confused between the two.
Now we're on 5.5.
5.5.
5.5 without the sexually explicit. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, gotcha. So we're still on that one? Okay.
If there's any discussion that needs to be had about that right now, or do we want to wait until you come back next week with the second reading with them split apart? Not next week, not next week.
No.
Next meeting.
Wasn't
Well, I
that the
think-
only change?
No.
No?
There's lots of changes, and I think that this is
I think we
one-
probably need to talk.
And I think this is one that, I mean, we don't have to figure things out tonight, but I mean, I think this is one that it's going to be useful to have the input of Dr. Bragan on as well, since, moving forward, I think that's going to have an impact.
Well, we did talk a lot earlier with the attorney also regarding the idea of supplemental materials and the review of supplemental materials and creating a process for that review and how that's going to be incorporated into the policy. And I think that, hate to bring up the word, but StudySync falls under the purview of that's what's really, this policy has sort of generated a lot of conversation about StudySync and what's considered a textbook adoption, what's considered a primary resource, what's considered a supplemental resource. Those are all things we talked about that I don't think we came to any real resolution on, other than, I think the biggest thing we came to resolution on was splitting out but other than that.
I would just like to say that yes, StudySync has brought this to light, right? But really the conversation started over a year ago. We were talking about, and it was a statewide and perhaps even national conversation about instructional materials. And I actually brought up that Montgomery County Public Schools does not maintain a list of approved novels. And as principal, I always found that a little disturbing, because I would go through the challenge of instructional materials process actually 3 times for one particular novel. And after each time, I would call up to the central office and say, can we just put this on some kind of list so I don't have to keep doing it? And the answer was, we don't have a list. So last year, after everything settled down with the pandemic, I brought it up again. I'd brought it up several years ago and said, why don't we work on a policy? But we put it on hold, as I believe Ms. Pasick or at least somebody brought up when they were up here. We put it on hold because right about that time when we were going to start revisiting that, it looked like the legislature was going to come out with guidelines. So we said, let's just wait. If we get a model policy that we have to do, we're going to waste time writing our own. So we waited and waited and waited. And then when it became quite evident, someone else said earlier, they basically tabled stuff so it will never come up again. We were left, as all school districts were, left with crafting our own. And I did review many across the state, their different policies, which I'd be happy to give you all links to if you want to see what other school divisions and how they've interpreted it the same way.
I don't think the concept is a bad idea of having a resource that's available of all, a repository, I guess, of sorts.
That's a good word.
Of books that we have and books that are, and that they are, make sure that we're following guidelines. I don't think that's a bad idea at all. I think where some of this controversy comes in is allowing teachers to use those resources in the classroom as they feel it fits into their curriculum. And,
As it fits into our curriculum.
Right, our curriculum. So we have StudySync, that is the primary resource, but to be able to still allow them to have the autonomy to use those. So if there was a way to be able to make sure that all the teachers' resources that they're using meet the guidelines.
Yes.
I totally understand.
Well, it sounds like we're on the same page
we
then.
are on the
because
same page. Here's where we're not on the same page.
Yeah. I'm sorry?
Here's where we're not on the same page.
Okay.
Me, at least,
Okay.
and maybe a couple others. the timing of making it happen and how we go about doing it and who's involved in the process. I would really like, I think that in order to really make it feel like something that everybody is part of, that if we could slow the process down, I'm not saying halt it, but slow down so that we can get a more collaborative approach to how get the teachers involved, staff involved in how to make this all work and how to make this happen. That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying let's get rid, I mean, we already own Stody Sink, so I get we can't undo that. And I understand that we need to use the curriculum. I understand that. And I think a lot of people misunderstand what I'm trying to say. It's not saying we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I'd like to see, right now, there's a lot of teachers who feel, and I know you're going to tell me, well, Michaeline talked to everybody, and this, I know you're going to tell me all that.
I actually wasn't going to say that again.
Thank you. But but somehow, it's apparent that even if you did, there's a disconnect. Clearly, there would not be all these people here discussing it and sending email and 400 people signing a letter or whatever. I haven't even read through the whole thing. But none of that would be happening if there wasn't a miscommunication or something's gone wrong.
Isn't that the way of teaching though, right?
Yes.
Like, because you can, as a teacher, just really, you feel like you're killing it. You're teaching something so awesome. Then you give the test and the kids say, I don't remember learning
And then what
that.
happens? What do you have to do?
So you have to reteach it.
That's right.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
I do want to make note, though, as a reminder.
Well, too bad. I taught it to you, and you're all done. Go back and,
That's right.
and be smart. So that's, I guess, kind of. Thank you for that, because you probably helped me on that one. But that's that's all I'm trying to say. And so I know I have monopolized the conversation, so I will stop. But I just wanted to clarify that I understand what you're trying to do, but I also hear the disconnect, and I think that's where some of us are concerned.
And I do just want to clarify for them as well as us, is we were specifically asked for this meeting to bring a presentation for a process to approve the novels. So the board sat around and said, yes, we want that. We said we need to get started on it, bring it to us, we want a presentation. So that is the next piece on the agenda, that timeline for that presentation, so that we could move forward with those adoption processes, again, because we were asked specifically by the board last time to bring that to you.
unless anyone has other questions.
I have something to say on this. The 5.5 is that the other thing that came out of the discussion with legal counsel is that even within this, right? I mean, I shouldn't say our current policy delineates between textbooks, instructional material, and supplementary materials, right? And we're wordsmithing some of that stuff. I know we're doing it to get clarification, yes. But there's a lot of leeway within the law, and this again is one of those things where do you want to put the dial, right? And I think, for me, I feel like, and I don't want to, 1 or 10, it doesn't matter. I feel like for me, I'll put the dial wherever stakeholders agree that it should be. So I think and I agree with Sue, it was very well said. There's been a disconnect. And so, I don't necessarily want to come in here and say, this is where the dial should be put. I would rather, you guys and teachers work together to figure that out. But I do think that there is leeway in the new proposed policy for that dial. And I'm leery of adopting it as written too quickly, for that reason. I think we need, and that's, I think, another advantage of breaking out the 5.9 allows us to do our legal obligation and still have the time to do this other one properly.
You brought something up that I was going to bring up, and so I appreciate it, that our current policy does have just those 3 sections: textbooks, then instructional materials, and supplemental materials. And so the part about instructional materials, the way I read it, is about primary instruction, what we would call primary instructional materials, and the other part is about supplemental instruction.
And that's how you change the new policy to reflect that.
And I just altered
And that's
that.
fine. I'm not saying that that's right or wrong, but I would like more input on that, because I do think that that gets at the heart of some of this. Because, I think what a lot of teachers are feeling, and even parents and students, for that matter, is on that supplementary material and the ability. We as a board legally have given that responsibility to the teacher. That's part of that professionalism.
And that
they
actually
keep.
hasn't changed in the policy. If you look at the new
Yeah.
revision, they still have the authority to pick supplemental materials. The argument is a novel a supplemental or a primary? And the answer
Or
is.
if you read one chapter out of it,
Right,
or
it-
three
I was-
pages.
It could be
or-
both.
That's right.
If it's used as a primary instructional material, it's a primary instructional material. But if it's used in a supplemental fashion, then it's a supplemental.
And I think that's where legal counsel basically
Yes.
agreed that there was, and even Dr. Whitaker said, and I think she said it very well, that's where the leeway is. And I think that we do need to talk a little bit more. I mean, again, because it has, I don't want to say inflamed, but, brought up so many passions, I think we owe it to our staff.
So it's about full novels, right? Like that's,
Yeah.
full novels, my opinion, are or if their full novel
I
is
think
used,
it
it's
depends though,
primary.
Carl.
I don't know.
Just think about it.
I think it's irrelevant.
I think,
To what I'm saying right now. You guys can talk about that, but to what I'm saying is it doesn't matter to me. I'm just saying that there is leeway, and I don't necessarily need to be the one to figure out that leeway. I can leave that to the professionals, and then you guys can come back to us with a recommendation.
But
I
I
don't
would
wanna
like
get
to see
stuck
the
in that.
professionals be a very large
Yes.
involvement.
That's what I
of-
mean.
I think that's what you'll see.
You'll see in the
proposed
presentation.
process
That's right.
To vet novels as for use, full novels for use as a primary instructional material, it's all-inclusive. And I think you'll see that in the process.
A novel isn't always a primary source, though. I mean, if it.
A
if
full
you're-
novel.
A full novel necessarily isn't. It could still be
I think that's
supplementary.
where we would disagree.
Well, I don't know. It depends on how you're teaching it. Is this one novel, you're teaching Huckleberry Finn and everybody in the class is reading it and it's the only thing you're doing in class is reading Huckleberry Finn and talking about it? Yeah, that's a primary. But if you are teaching about some particular elements of plot, you're teaching about plot, and you have a bunch of novels that kids can choose from to read, and that novel is supplementing your lessons about plot. I don't see that as a primary source. StudySync is the unit. The novel helps to supplement learning about those elements of plot. So in that sense, I don't think it's a primary. That's my, and I guess I don't know whether anybody's going to tell us which it is. I don't know if there's
Similar but different,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So at the elementary level, we have literacy stations. So while a teacher's working with a small group of children, the other students then aren't working with the teacher, they would be at a station. One of those stations would be the opportunity to choose a book to read the book. Well, part of reading that book then is to also create some kind of graphic organizer so that as you're going through, you're picking out some specific things. Maybe it's main detail, maybe it's supporting details, right? But that's a supplemental material because the teacher is not using that to
Right.
teach those concepts. So certainly lots of room for supplemental materials.
And I think that's where that's where some confusion has come about.
Sorry. I did try to address that using this language in 655. Underneath primary instructional materials, the paragraph that attempts to define that, using the Code of Virginia, actually. Underneath that, we wrote, the selection of books for independent reading or for choice reading is the responsibility of the student and the student's parents or guardians. Do you see that?
Where are you?
Underneath primary instructional materials and.
Okay, there it is, yeah, I see
Yeah,
it.
and there's a one sentence.
But it's not just independent reading. They may, I guess it's choice reading, if it's part of.
Independent or choice, yeah.
One thing I want to add, really just to say thank you, Carl, for the time that you spent with me and Marty. When was that, a week or so ago, right? And the story that you just shared, you shared with us then the fact that there wasn't a master list of novels that was approved, right? Not only at MTPS but at the state level, right? So I mean, I do think that in lieu of that, the choice of this curriculum was meant to kind of give us at least a start of an improved list, right?
Yes.
Because there's an approved list of novels within StudySync, and StudySync is approved curriculum, right? So
now we're looking for a process to add more.
Right, exactly right.
I
So
flushed that out.
that makes sense to me. Now, I understand the argument between primary and supplemental and that kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, I think that there's value in knowing that the stuff that our teachers are using to educate has gone through some kind of approval process, right? If there
Yes.
isn't something for us to compare it against,
It was
we got to
pretty
have a
easy.
process to do it, right? And
Well, it
that's
had to mirror the state process, which the code says. So I mirrored the state process, but I also looked at other school divisions and what they were doing. And it's not perfect. It's not completed yet. I just got it back from the school board attorney, I think yesterday. What's the date? Yeah, yesterday.
Hold on one second, Carl. Are we okay to move to that one so he can show you what he's looking at as he speaks about it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to make one more comment, and that is that the fact that we are getting together all the novels throughout the county that have been purchased by schools, not individual
Physically.
teachers' personal set of novels, but purchased by the schools and providing a repository certainly increases the equity of availability of those novels to teachers and students.
And just so you know, we're just collecting a list. Yeah, not physical.
Repository, that makes me a little nervous, although I like the term.
They're not all going in one place.
Right,
No.
there's no
No.
physical repository.
Right,
There's
right.
a
Online.
list.
That's
It's a
right.
database.
That's right.
A teacher who has the
Called Destiny.
novels, and somebody could contact, say, hey, Sue, I see you've got
Right.
10
Right.
copies of Ghost Canoe, and
It's how we barcode and manage all of our
Yes,
textbooks. They're
that's what I
barcoded.
meant.
Anybody can
A
say,
virtual
I need 10
repository.
more. And instead of me buying them 10 more, we
Yes.
look in Destiny and say, oh, look, that school has 20 they're not using. And that-
Exactly.
But there's no physical repository.
meant a
right?
virtual
We're not
repository.
collecting books, we're collecting information. Okay,
Yeah,
I want to clarify, because that was something
That was,
that
that's right. That
hot
was
button.
another misunderstanding.
Yes.
That was a big hot button.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So would you
And-
like me to go over the timeline?
Sure.
Yes, please.
Okay, so this timeline that's
And board, just so you know, this is what I provided you copies of as well in your folders, just so if it was easier for you to look at on paper, then
So I guess maybe for the audience's sake, then, I feel like a flight attendant.
zoom it in, right?
This one is sort of like what my brain looks like, right? I see all of this as, I have to do this, and then I have to do this, and then I have to do this, and then I have to do this, and some of it's about 655, and some is 656, and some is 227, and some is 512, like, you can imagine, right? So it depends. If your brain is like mine, you like this. I did color code it, so anything related to 6-5.6, that's the challenge of controversial materials. Anything related to that is blue. And then anything related to the model policy for sexually explicit content, which will now be 6-5.9, that's green. And then anything related to building this database and a process to review other novels to then put them in the database and approve them for use, in addition to the ones in StudySync, that's in yellow. And did I cover all the colors? I think I did. So if that's too confusing,
Oh, you're already going to have to change this. so.
There you go.
I know, right? So
He'll love it.
already thought of that. So if you want to compartmentalize, we can pull out just the colors. So there's everything that has to do with 6-5.5 and sexually explicit content. So I'll have to come up with another color now because we're going to separate it out, but you get the idea.
Pink.
Pink. We'll use pink. All right. We don't have to vote on that, right?
Maybe.
I don't know. All right. So I don't have you. Do you want me to read this line by line? Or
No.
Okay, good. So that's where we are today. We hope that you'll approve this on November the 1st is our first opportunity to bring it to
Then
you
we're
for
going to have a
second.
second reading then.
That is the second reading and approval, right? And blah, blah, blah. And then we hope to develop a process. And that's the one Notice the process part after 11.1 is all about the sexually explicit content, so that'll actually make it easier if I split them out. Because that's the one where we really want to get that on the books, the process, because the teachers will have a lot of work to do. Well, everybody will have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and as a reminder for that one, it's all classes. So it is not specific to any content. It is every teacher in every class that we teach.
6-5.6, I think, is one of the more, use the word benign revisions. That's the form that's been tweaked, and we added the language from 227, tweaked a little bit of language. So that's another one we would bring before you for a second reading and potential approval on the first, and then that one would be done.
I'm going to say that we can discuss this weekend, but I don't think we should be approving. This is a very big decision, and I think waiting 1 month is not going to end the world.
6,
Maybe 6, maybe 9, 5-9.
5-9, and really 5-6 is.
Right, and 5-6, but I think 5-5, I would highly suggest we hold up on that one.
I understand that.
I think until we're really, really clear on what the process is going to be.
And thank you for the segue. This is the process. So everything in yellow has to do with the development of the process. And you'll see there have been multiple drafts of this having to do with, basically, I took the state process, copied and pasted it, and then changed where the state pulled upon the State Board of Ed, I referred to our school board, and where the state pulled together their group of stakeholders to vet the materials, I made a list of folks who should be included. And so we kind of fleshed out a process, but then there were multiple people involved in the conversation, so multiple drafts. I even sent an initial draft to our attorney, who sent it back with some revisions that I was like, oh, that's a lot of revisions, so I did it again. But the draft that I think would be kind of like, hopefully, the potential final draft, there are a few edits that the attorney has suggested that actually make sense. They're really almost like things I overlooked, like where I didn't change state board to school board.
Mr. Pauly, if you would, please go back to the timeline real quick. I want to note something. So I think if you guys can look, starting with would be tomorrow, 1019, which is on line 11. What we did was included steps to get feedback. Again, because we were directed at the last meeting, get moving, we want you to do this right away. We tried to make those timelines start immediately so that we could respond to this presentation.
But
Hold on, real
nobody's
quick.
saying it has to be done right away.
That was the directive at the last meeting, was why we need to have a process, we need to review, and I said, that's what we're working on, and the response was, tell the teachers we're doing it and bring us a timeline and a process at the next meeting, so.
As far as stakeholder involvement.
Yeah, so we were just responding to that request to bring. So within these components that you see that Dr. Pauly has, can you move off that real quick? I'm trying to show, I'm sorry. So what it says on 1019 through 1014 is almost a month. And what that is providing the information so we can get.
Like a lot of time, but that's really not.
Can I finish real quick? I'm so sorry. So 1019 to 1114, putting into place a timeline to collect feedback, to say, here's what the proposed process is, collect the feedback from those individuals, bring the feedback to the advisory committees after we've gotten it from the groups, have them look at it, then take the feedback regarding those processes and bring that information and that feedback back to you. So when he says this would hopefully be that it would be after those groups reviewed it, after they provided their feedback, and then we would incorporate their changes, bring it to you so you could see what their feedback was and how we changed it, so that then in the spring really would be when we would move forward where teachers would be doing that. So we tried to make it as long as we could to get feedback, but also with the directive of we wanted to get novels approved.
And that's a December 6th meeting.
Yeah, we can certainly change any dates in this timeline, but again, we're just responding to that request, and we can change these as you guys would ask us to, but I wanted to make sure to note that we have included in here that feedback so that we can get feedback from groups, ask them what they think, and the goal when Mr. Pauly worked on it was to follow the rules, but also not make it so rigid that they would never get through.
So the goal would be to bring you a first reading on December 6th, that has had more involvement than just me and Dr. Wickham and
Council.
Dr. Meyer and Dr. Whitaker. I mean, more than just us, but I wanted to be transparent and say, here's what I've got so far. But this is not a first reading, just kind of showing you what I have so far, vet it through all these groups, then by December 6th, bring you something for a first reading.
Well, it makes sense to wait on 5.5 until we know exactly what the process is going to be, too. I mean, to approve 5.5 before we even know what the process is going to be doesn't seem.
So that's why we did that comprehensive, so you guys could see how they overlapped. You know, we changed dates, then we just changed the subsequent dates, but it helped to show how those were overlapped and how those timelines combined so that we did them, as you're saying, Ms. Cass, so that they work together and not approving one before the other.
So the draft is there for you to look at, but it is just that, a draft. It's not ready to bring to you for a first reading. I believe it has public access, so members of the public can also look at it.
And we also do, you know, if there were things you wanted to look at, you know, reviewing it at the retreat, we could also add information there if that's what the board would request, to have time to have those conversations.
I think we should have, save as much time for discussion as we can at the retreat. I don't remember us taking a vote on this. It doesn't matter too much, I mean, at this point. But, you know, what I'd like to see happen is when we talk about slowing things down, you're talking about basically how, you know, we're rolling out a new curriculum, not just a new curriculum, new textbook. We're rolling out a new way of doing things. And after the last time you presented on that, and it was like, well, how do you do novels? Well, this is what we're going to do in the future, right? So to me, it just, and I think to a lot of people, it felt, you know, I don't know what a better word for this, but it felt half-baked. It's like, this might be a great way to do things if you can get everybody on board and if you do have the right stakeholders and whatnot. But to come in and basically tell people, well, now you can't do this anymore, but you might be able to do it in the future if we go through this process, which is still in a draft phase. And then we were told, well, the law says that you can't do it that way and you have to do it this other way. And certainly our legal counsel doesn't agree with that. There's certainly room for interpretation. And I think even that has been adjusted. So I don't know that any of this stuff really, I don't see a big hurry to, you know, get this done next month or the month after or something like that. If it's something that we've been working on since last year, it's fine to make progress on it, but I don't, you know, the issues I think that it has caused. You know, I know there's a lot of people in the county who are upset. You know, I haven't asked Danny for numbers or anything, but I hear, what's the word I'm looking for? I hear rumors that there are teachers quitting, there are teachers, you know, looking and whatnot, and I don't want to dismiss that. I think it's a serious issue, and I think anything that we can do to let up off of the gas pedal a tiny bit, if it's not required by law, which again, I don't think there's anything here that necessarily is, I think would be a good thing.
I think we all know that's not up to me. So December 6th is the very earliest that I would be able to bring you, and I believe Ms. Cass even said, that sounds like a lot of time, but it's really not a lot of time. I appreciate that. It is exhausting work, but that is the earliest I can bring it to you, December 6th.
Yeah, I don't see where you have to have it by then. My concern is you're trying to get teachers involved, and we all know this is busy season. It starts, November hits and it starts getting crazy, especially in the secondary level, you know, because next thing you know, it's December and there's exams and it all gets nutty. So I don't want it to be that, like, now you got to give us your opinion. You have to do that. I think, you know, slowly getting people involved is always better than just trying to force involvement. I don't know. I don't see a rush on this, and so that's my opinion though, and it's the will of the board. So. But at this point, I guess that's all we really need, and we appreciate thank you for your color coding. I'm very big into color coding, so I appreciate that.
I'm so sorry. You can't just climb over?
So I do just probably need some more clarification as to what the board wants us to
At this
do.
point, I think we said splitting out the two.
I mean, in terms of that timeline, are we stopping, or is the board asking us? I
think
need
if
some
it's a
guidance on
resource
that.
for teachers, and I want teachers to have what they need to do their jobs.
I mean, I
When-
truly
when
am
it's-
not pushing this timeline in any way. Like, I'm not saying do it now. I just need guidance on what you want. What we do have to do now is that other one, but, you know, I don't think any of us have a strong feeling on it. We're just responding, so.
It's physically
yeah.
responsible. I mean, possible.
I think we should discuss it this weekend.
Okay. We can certainly add that as one of the topics. Okay. Great.
So if it's okay with everyone, I'd say we move on to the report for the
Please.
superintendent. Is that?
Yes,
is everybody
great.
okay with that?
Absolutely. I should not speak for you all.
I don't see
Sorry.
anybody saying no. so.
Okay, great. So I've got actually some great things to share. Emily Altizer's not here, but I hope she's at home with her ears burning, and Julie Ligon as well in special education. But I just wanted to applaud them. We had VPI, which is our Virginia preschool program, monitoring, and we got some excellent feedback from the Department of Education, who really wanted to applaud our efforts in pre-K. And I just want to recognize that it's not that often that we get specific emails saying, hey, great job on what you guys did. And so I want to applaud their work there. Ms. Miano is working very hard to find members for our Health Insurance Advisory Committee. We had more committees to bring to you all today, but we are having difficult time getting some groups or participation on some of our advisories. But Ms. Miano could really use some help from employee groups who might want to serve in that capacity. We've sent it out and tried to get some involvement, but our health insurance is something, you know, as we look at the budget process, we certainly want to get their involvement. So if anybody is interested in serving on that committee that's an employee, please send Ms. Miano an email, and that's M-I-A-N-O, just if they need to know how to spell it. But we would love to have more employee representatives on that group. Exciting news, I just want to remind everybody, bonuses are coming next month, and so our payroll department is working on those bonuses, and again, it was $1,000 for the first employee deadline and $500 if you started at the second date. And so those will be paid November 18th, right before the Thanksgiving break. And so we're really excited about that and want to thank you all for that as well. We've talked a lot about our transportation needs, so I was going to note on that, but I think that that has been duly noted. And then last is I just got this information today from Radford University, but they asked us as well as Radford City and Roanoke City if we would be interested in going together to try to get a planning grant. And this planning grant would be for what's called a teacher apprenticeship residency partner. So essentially to help increase the number of SPED teachers and having a residency model which has a lot of evidence base. And so they let us know today that they were awarded that planning grant, and so we'll be working with those other localities. Radford is the lead on it, but to work together on that. We're really excited about that. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Sue. Do you mind, Dr. Whitaker, can I just clarify that we had the first reading of 6-5.5 and that we will be having a second reading to where we're going to separate, correct? I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, we've been asked to separate them. I think you guys only want the half back though, is that correct? The 6.9? That's actually explicit, correct?
We just want that part taken and put into something separate. Is that the clarification that I'm getting from the board?
Yes, and then just bringing that part forward now and waiting on the other components, correct? Yes, so we'll separate them out, and then we'll do like we did today, where you all asked us to make revisions to the one policy and then bring it back. So that's what we'll do, is make those revisions and bring it back. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Is this unfinished business? I'd just like to ask a.
Wait.
Announcements is after unfinished business.
Yeah.
Just curious to know, I know the last time we saw the plans for Christiansburg High School, we asked the architect to bring them back with something that might work in our budget more, and I think we need to maybe move on that.
Yes, we are very close. We have another meeting on Thursday, and I actually sent to Mr. Lowe. I think we may have some new drawings for you at the November 1st meeting. I reached out today to seek some clarity on November 15th from the board chair and vice chair, whether we are having a regular meeting and also the legislative, or if we're just doing the legislative breakfast in case they're not ready by the 1st. They'll definitely be ready by the 15th. But I'll know very soon if they're not ready by the 1st, then what I'll do in November is recommend an additional meeting if we're just doing the legislative on the 15th, so we can get that in front of you. But we're like so close.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Also, I wanted to add for Christiansburg High School, for the new project, I'm not sure what the plans are, the schematics, but maybe potentially adding EV chargers would be able to help with the money source, especially since we're going to be holding a lot of meets for like track and stuff like that. If we could be able to add EV charging stations, because there's not that many in Christiansburg at the moment also.
Might be able to get some grants for that. I'm not sure it's in the budget, but we might be able to get some grants for it. I know Tesla's working really hard at putting in a lot of those in different places.
I can certainly have Dr. Schultz and Mr. Lowe see if there are grants available for that. And it would fall in line with our strategic plan component that came from our students directly about being sustainable and looking at the impact on our environment. So great recommendation again.
I have a request for the board to consider. Ideally, at our next meeting, if we can work it in the budget. I think you've all seen the emails on this, but the Southwest Virginia Governor School is looking for a new home, and so they're exploring a lot of different options right now. One of their requests was to have each of the different member counties explore options within those counties to see if there was any capacity, any options for potentially housing the school in county facilities outside of Pulaski. So I've had some very brief conversations that seem like it could be a cool thing, but we have a lot of questions to answer on that. If it's feasible, if it's something that we even would want to do. So I'd like to, if the board would be willing to put it on an agenda so we can at least have that conversation.
Yeah, I would support that. We definitely, I mean, we have a seat on that board, and I think we definitely need to get an update on what's happening and start working towards some kind of a solution.
Sure.
Sorry. Do you want that at a meeting soon, or do you want to wait until December on that?
My request would be, we're supposed to all report back the week of Thanksgiving.
Okay.
With as many options as we can,
So the November 1st meeting?
if at all possible. I'm not sure what else can come. Yeah.
Okay. And so that I'm clear on the directive, what is it that you want to bring to you at that time? Or are you leading, like, I just want to make, are you leading it? Okay.
I mean, I guess within the time frame that's reasonable, any thoughts about what might be possible within the district, right? So like, is there capacity in?
Is there somewhere to house it? Somewhere we could house it and all of that, okay.
Right. I'm also in the process of trying to gather as much information from them as I can about like what it would mean to house the governor's school from a cost standpoint and that kind of stuff. I hope to be able to provide that as quickly as I can get it. Okay, thank you.
Any other new business?
I also just wanted to mention about the governor's school. For the governor's school students, if there's any way that we can work to ease a transition between governor's school and the high schools, that'd be great. Because, like, for example, we have Blue Demon time, which is supposed to be the time we're, like, doing homework and catching up with teachers and everything. But that time is usually used for clubs And a lot of the Governor School students, that's the time that they transport or they come to the Christiansburg High School. And by the time they get there, it's 10:40.
They miss out on all that.
There's only 5 minutes left. And also, like the Governor School students, they have a lot of leadership roles. For one of them is the class president, another one's the National Honor Society president. So if we could just somehow, I know it's complicated since the schedule with all, we have to have like a certain amount of minutes. And I know the schedule is usually more the principal, but if we could try to get that sorted out, that'd be great.
Maybe we need a student representative for that.
Potentially.
That's what happens when you show up, you get volunteered. Any other new business? Okay. Announcements?
I'd love to give a quick shout out, if I could.
Sure.
To both the Christiansburg and the Blacksburg bands for participating in the Celtic Classic in Glenvar this past weekend. Both bands performed and looked awesome. And a special shout out to the Blacksburg bands for winning the grand champions.
Yahoo.
And thanks to our bus drivers for getting us there and back as well.
There you go. Okay. Upcoming school board meetings. We will be at our retreat this weekend. And the question that's come up a couple times that Dr. Whitaker has asked for direction on November 15th. So I want to clarify, I think we said last week, just make sure I'm clear on this, that we're going to have a legislative meeting, but we will not have a board meeting then. So we'll have just one board meeting in November, and that will be November 1st.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what everybody understanding is, or did I?
From what I remember, that's been our normal. We have
Right.
our November 1st meeting, and then we have our legislative
And
meeting.
there was some discussion last week of doing something, I just wanted to clarify
Gotcha.
that that's, I
Okay.
think that's why Dr. Whitaker's asking, because we
Sure.
maybe talked about doing something different and.
I just wanted to make sure we knew, and then what we did do is add to the November agenda for you all to talk about what those legislative things are, so we know what we're talking about when we do that.
So I'm confused here. So what are we talking about legislative meeting?
The breakfast meeting, the one that you,
So why would we cancel a regular meeting where we do business?
It's the meeting right before we leave for VSBA. It's the day before we leave for VSBA.
yeah, and it's not a,
And in the past several years,
we haven't had a
We've always
meeting
done
then.
that since I've been on the board, and we voted on it at the beginning
we've
of the year.
not done a meeting
I don't have
before.
a problem with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted, I'm confused about what we're talking about.
The legislative breakfast on the Tuesday before the VSBA conference starts on Wednesday.
Last week, you mentioned that because we talked about, do we want to do the legislative breakfast or not? And you felt it was very important that we do it.
And I'm not disputing that.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get clarification about what we're doing with meetings.
I'm
So-
still unclear, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Go
I'm
ahead.
still unclear on
Say.
what time we're supposed to be at our retreat, Friday, and
Yes,
when
we
it
have to
goes
get some
to,
details out.
The
Brenda?
agenda is, we have lives, yeah.
That information will be coming out tomorrow.
Thank you.
The agenda's been changing as soon as within the last 30 minutes.
I
So
gotcha.
we're
That's
trying
fine.
really hard to
You're fine.
make sure we accommodate
Well,
everything.
I think we have a time, though.
Yeah, 2 o'clock is the start.
Well,
I thought it was 3.
we
Check
keep-
in at 2 and
we keep
then,
adding things, we might have to adjust, right? So.
About the retreat
Okay, I
or
need
the
to,
VSBA?
We have 2 o'clock as the start on Friday. I
Talking
think
about,
we're
we're
good
on
with that.
retreat now, not VSBA conference.
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
I missed that part.
Yes, that's correct. And also, just to say, we did get the topics very much later, so it's just, we've been working to prepare things and get them together. But we do have that, Dr. Bragan has looked at it, we've talked through the components, but we do have 2 o'clock as that start time for Friday. I think if we need to add, we had some room there on Saturday, that we can flex or we could change things. But unless the board wants to start earlier, that is what we have as our start time. On Saturday,
After lunch.
Let's see, I sent it to you today. I think
Don't
3
have a
o'clock or
firm
2 o'clock was the time you had told me, correct?
Don't have a firm end time, but I can tell you we're not feeding you dinner. We're only feeding you
Well, you know,
lunch.
Penny, you are welcome to work on the agenda. I think we're done. No, it's not that I want to hear it. It's that we got 4 minutes, so we're going to have to extend the meeting.
That's, oh, I was going to say, we've been listening to other stuff for a long
Okay.
time.
This is Wednesday, and we don't know what time we're gonna, so that we can plan for what we do with it.
And so I apologize. I do have start and end times on our agenda. I have 2 as a start time on Friday, and Saturday what we had was out of the meeting room by 2 o'clock was what we had on the agenda that I shared with Dr. Reagan, and also that Ms. Cass has been working on with us. And then just today, Ms. Franklin, we shared that, I believe, with you. But those are the times we have. We can amend them if you want them to go longer or shorter, but that's what we have on there for now.
Okay, well, on Friday, there's no way I can be there any earlier, so I'll be doing good if I can get there at 2 o'clock.
I think we make it a hard stop, 2 o'clock. Right, be there, I thought it was 3, so.
Yeah, would that?
I did too, I was going to say.
But we do have
I
things.
was told 3, but.
I think it was 2 or 3, but I think there's been some issues with people who are working who can't leave before a certain time, and then the length of time it takes to get to the resort. I think a couple people are having issues with being there right at 2 o'clock, or they might even have to come in late. So I don't know if that's going to be, how big of an issue that would be.
Is the board asking us to move it to 3 o'clock?
Because we can certainly do that, and then what we can do is, after dinner, come back and do that extra,
We can do
that
more,
hour that you had after dinner, or, again, it's your agenda, so you can remove the things that you would choose to.
What works for you, Jamie?
I haven't been to Mountain Lake in so long. Can someone tell me how long
It takes about, from you, probably about an hour.
It's going to take a good hour.
So, I mean, could we split the do and do 2:30?
2:30, yeah.
2:30? Is everybody good with 2:30?
Okay.
1, 2,
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, 2:30. And ending at, hard stop at 2 on Saturday. Hard stop 2. Everybody okay with that? Okay, we got yeses on that. There we go.
Ms. Cass, a parliamentary note. In school board policy, your meeting's adjourn at 11:30 unless you have a motion to extend the meeting. I do feel like I need to tell you a piece that I've learned as I dig more and more into your policies is that a motion to extend does require a 2/3 vote by the board, which in the case of a 7-member board does require 5 board members to vote in favor of extension.
Okay, do I have a motion to extend?
Second.
Please call, roll, Ms. Strick. And all we have left is closed session to discuss personnel matter.
And 2 student matters.
And 2 student matters.
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion passes. Okay,
I apologize for interrupting. I tried to find a gap in the discussion.
that's okay. Do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss 1 personnel matter and 2 student matters?
So moved.
Ms. Drake, please call roll.
Ms. Bond? Mr. Chewbacca? Ms. Franklin? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor. Greg, we are good. Can you mute our microphones and shut down that live stream?